Welcome to the January meeting of the Town of Poughkeepsie Zoning Board of Appeals. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, welcome everyone. For those of you who are new to the procedures of the zoning board, the meeting is divided into two sections. During the first part, we hold public hearings for each of the applicants. We'll take them in the order in which they're listed on the agenda. And if you would like a copy of the agenda, they're available in the little tray there at the corner of our counsel's desk. Each applicant will be asked to come forward to state their name and be sworn in, and to give a very brief description of the nature of their application for a variance, a special use permit, or what the case may be. At that point, the members of the ZBA will be free to ask questions about the application. When all of the board members have asked their questions, the floor will then be open for public comment, but comment only on that particular application. Each person making a comment has to be sworn in, and we would ask you to be brief and to the point. When we've heard from everyone, the public hearing will be closed, and we'll move on to the next application. When we've finished with all of the public hearings, we'll then return to the top of the agenda for the decision phase of our meeting. During that phase, the members of the board will discuss and debate and come to a conclusion and vote on whether or not the application will be allowed. During this part of the meeting, there is no further input from the public, though you are certainly welcome to stay and listen to our deliberations. If not, you can call the zoning department in the morning for the results. Marcy Marlowe is absent, so Paul Lay will be a voting member of the board tonight. So that we have the full 7 members. Okay, starting right at the beginning, item number 1, at the request of the applicant, has asked that this be adjourned to our February meeting. So let me move that we adjourn item number 1, William and Gail O'Neill, 75 Sunset Avenue, to the meeting on February 10th, 2014.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Recusals? Okay, so item 1 is adjourned. Item number 2, QB Collision, 487 Haight Avenue. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Do we need to swear him in again? Yeah, okay, you're still sworn in because
Okay.
we've just adjourned the hearing. Okay. I believe the last time we were here, we focused mostly on the size of the proposed sign.
Actually, no, the height.
The height?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So, is there been any change in the nature of your request?
No, but the board did ask for photographs of different angles where the sign will be presented.
Okay.
And I took 3 photographs depicting basically the sites across from the arterial. I had them here so I can pass them around if you like.
Oh, sure.
Can I approach?
Yes, of course. I think it might just as well start them down and we'll just move them along, yeah.
Well, we'll start one this side or one on this side.
Okay.
Thank you.
Two on this side.
So this is just one.
What you have before you is the depiction of a freestanding sign mounted on the existing base. The base, it's hard to see the height on it, but it's scaled approximately 36 inches. The trees, there's some foliage, well, not foliage, but trees were just put in probably about 2 weeks after the meeting that we had last
Okay.
month. As you can see, according to me, I feel it's the proper size. If we go any smaller, it just looks out of place on that base.
Are they both the same rendering?
Excuse me?
They're both the same size in your rendering, just from different angles?
No, well, I'm different distances from the actual base, so that's going to change the size of the sign. In one place, I might be closer. One photograph, I might be further away.
Okay, but,
So
but in each case, we're talking about the original 72-inch.
Oh, yeah.
Sign's the
Sign.
same size.
The sign is
Right.
as what I'm going for the
Okay.
variance. Across the street, you'll see a sign for the 12 Raymond Avenue, I believe. That's a 12-foot tall sign. I believe the bank is even around there as well, next door. And just 2 months ago, I don't know if you recall the Formosa?
Yes.
Okay. I went out there just to measure that sign. That one is 11 feet 12 inches, or 11 feet 4 inches in one spot, but they have a 6-inch base there, so it basically measures 12 feet.
Okay.
But I was, as I further read the code, I'm allowed to go 12 feet in height. The code allows me to go that high. So I didn't realize that the height is an issue with this particular design.
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, the variance is for the area of the
Right,
sign.
exactly. That's why I
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
kind of thinking, that, I'm happy to provide you with those photos.
Okay. Phyllis, any questions?
No questions.
Betty?
Just one, the photographs that you brought with you do not show this blue line?
Yeah, they do.
Is that,
It's
they
on there.
do?
Yeah. They're on there.
Maybe it's just the angle.
Darker photo might be harder to see it on there.
Yeah.
No, you're right. It didn't show up on the print. I don't know why. It was on the drawing.
But it's still
Part of the
on,
sign.
okay.
Yes.
And is that gonna be lit up separately? Like, is it gonna be lit up from inside so that that blue
Well,
looks electric blue?
what it's not going to be that bright, honestly, because it's something that I never tried before, and I thought it might look interesting on the sign. And there are fins that come off the edge of the sign, and when you put LEDs behind those fins, it'll give you an edge light of it. I'm going to use blue LEDs to light that edge. So you ever see on a I hate to say it, but the
Like
place
a rope light?
in casinos, you ever see those on the perimeter? You might have one of those signs on the perimeter, and you can see the edge is lit up on the plexiglass or at the edge of the glass. That's the kind of effect that I'm looking to get.
Okay.
Now, is that included in the measurement of the sign?
That doesn't exceed. That's actually lower than the 7 or the 6 feet.
But it's part of the area measurement.
That was my question.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
Yeah.
I have no more questions.
No questions.
All right, okay, and you've answered mine. Paul, any questions?
No questions.
Anthony?
No questions.
Carmen?
No questions at this time. No.
Okay. If there are no other questions from the board, is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address this application? Hearing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Recusals? Okay, closed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Items number 3 and 4, J. Marshall Weiss, 18 Hornbeck Ridge. Good evening. And just remind you that you're still under oath from the last meeting.
Sure.
Okay.
I have maybe 10, maybe 15 minutes, a lot shorter than the last time.
Okay, before you begin, we've received a number of letters that I should be reading into the record, and perhaps you want to comment on. Okay, December 27th to the Town of Poughkeepsie Zoning Board. Around 2 months ago, I discovered a flyer in my mailbox distributed by a neighbor urging me to join her protesting the presence of chickens on the property of Jay Weiss and Pam Bursler. I am writing because I have found Jay's and Pam's chickens to be not only unobjectionable, but also an asset to the quality of life on Hornbeck Ridge. I remember several years ago when Jay had his chicken coop constructed. It took a long time. I thought that an aluminum framed and vinyl sided enclosure was a surprising investment for a few chickens. The attention to detail, color, and design that went into the coop surely complements the neighborhood. Before Jay and Pam moved the chickens to the backyard, I enjoyed watching the chickens meander across their front yard during my daily walks around the neighborhood. They were as much part of my daily routine as my breakfast was. They provided a delightful distraction from my workaday life. The hens were entertaining, their feathers shiny, and their coop was free of any offensive odor. The birds would acknowledge me when I walked down the driveway to say hello. They liked when I visited. We would smile at each other. Sadly, they are now exiled behind the house, barely visible, and their soft cooing no longer audible. I miss them, but I'm glad to know that they are still on the property at least, and not yesterday's dinner. I sincerely and strongly recommend that the zoning board allow these chickens to continue to happily reside on the ridge. I wish Pam and Jay good luck in their dream of owning their few unusual pets that add a bit of lightheartedness and diversion onto our street. Yours truly, William W. Lang. Okay. Dated January 8th, Zoning Board of Appeals. I would like to comment on the requested area variance at 18 Hornbeck Ridge. First of all, I would like to say that I have great respect for my neighbor, Dr. Weiss, and the following comments relate to what is clearly a traditional view of a non-farmland suburban neighborhood and the relationship among homesteads therein. The town code provides that animals are only allowed on 5-acre lots or larger, and even then, minimum setbacks must be met. In this application for a variance, these requirements are not satisfied, and so the Zoning Board of Appeals may reduce the requirements only, quote, upon a finding that lesser distances between such buildings and property lines would have no deleterious effect on adjoining properties, unquote. Because of the small size of the subject property, there is no way that the requested variance can be granted without causing very substantial deleterious effects on adjoining properties. 1. The property in question is only 25% as large as the property that is required for the keeping of farm animals. Required minimum setback distances cannot be met on this property. These farm animals will constantly be outside the single-family dwelling and therefore in a much closer proximity to neighbors than they should be year-round. Farm animals produce noise, waste, odors, and other nuisances to neighbors. Farm animals, especially live poultry animals, will attract wild animals to the neighborhood that cannot be controlled and could pose a danger to others: bears, skunks, raccoons, birds of prey, snakes, rodents, and other vermin. This is inconsistent with the neighborhood character and dangerous to families that live in the area. 2. The property is zoned R20, which is a half-acre lot. Such lots are small. They are the smallest properties that are zoned for single-family dwellings anywhere in the entire town of Poughkeepsie. Due to their small size and close proximity to neighbors, such lots are not suited for rural/agricultural purposes, especially the keeping of farm animals, which require 5-acre lots. 3. The keeping of farm animals produces noise, odor, and other activity that could be a persistent nuisance and disturbance to others, including especially the elderly or those not in robust health. 5. Other property owners bought their property in this neighborhood with the expectation that activities on their own property and that of their neighbors would be restricted to typical residential uses, such that the only animals on the property would be as permitted by the zoning ordinances, i.e., domesticated animals as family pets. The entire neighborhood and its surrounding area is zoned R20, and the character of the neighborhood is not agricultural, but is made up of single-family dwellings. In summary, it would seem that limiting the animals allowed in the neighborhood to traditional pets, dogs and cats, and limiting the number that would be more in keeping with a neighborhood such as Hornbeck Ridge. Further, I am confident that the precedent set, if the Zoning Board of Appeals grants this variance, will be regretted in the future by both the neighborhood and possibly by the board itself. There is no 20-foot garage variance, but something affecting the neighborhood. This is no 20-foot garage variance, but something affecting the entire neighborhood. Again, I wish to note that nothing herein should in any way be construed as reflecting anything but the highest regard for my neighbor, asking for the variance, and I look forward to his friendship for many years to come. Very truly yours, Philip England, who lives at 11 Hornbeck Ridge. A memo from Donald Rothman, 24 Hornbeck Ridge, and dated January 13th. I am dismayed that I must write to you once again concerning my opposition to farm animals, Hornbeck Ridge. We have a well that we use for all of our water needs, including drinking water, and we are not hooked up to the town water. There may be others on the street who are not hooked up as well. I believe Dr. Cohen mentioned in December that he was not on the town water supply either. This possibility seemed to be discounted at the last board meeting. If this variance is granted, how will the board react to future requests for a pet pig or a pet pony on Hornbeck Ridge? Or perhaps 2 or 3 of each from 2 different neighbors? Dr. Weiss stated that chickens and goats do not lead to elephants. Probably not. But they can lead to similar requests like the ones mentioned above. Where will the board draw the line when the line is gone? The board also heard a statement from a professional realtor that property values would be negatively impacted if this request were granted. I believe this to be true. Is it right that our property value should be diminished so that one person's whim can be entertained? I urge you to uphold the zoning laws in this matter. A memo from Kathleen Newton, dated January 10th. She lives at 23 Hornbeck Ridge. I'm writing in support of the application of J. Weiss, 18 Hornbeck Ridge, to keep livestock, dwarf goats, on his property. My home is within sight and sound of Dr. Weiss's home, and I have never been disturbed by the 3 chickens that he presently houses there. I walk by his home daily, and until he recently moved their pen to his newly fenced backyard, I saw the chickens during every walk. Their pen was always spotless, and the birds were robust, friendly, and appeared very healthy. It seems that he has adequately proven to his neighbors and his town that he is a responsible neighbor and citizen and takes pride in his property and his animals. If a precedent were to be set by this resident housing these gentle animals in such a manner, then I think that this is one precedent that the town of Poughkeepsie might wisely encourage. Another memo from William Lang, 29 Hornbeck Ridge. This is a supplement to his earlier letter. This is dated January 13th. I fully support Dr. J. Marshall Weiss's request for a variance to have chickens and dwarf goats on his property. The memorandum of 10 January 2014 that Dr. Arthur Groton sent to the neighbors on Hornbeck Ridge succinctly expresses my views on this issue. William W. Lang. Brief letter, zoning board, I support Mr. Weiss's desire to have goats on his property and ask the committee to grant Dr. Weiss the requested variance. I'm sure Mr. Weiss has every intention of continued neat and orderly maintenance of his property. Signed, Brad Wilder, 16 Hornbeck Ridge. To whom it may concern, this is dated January 11th. We are close neighbors of Jay Weiss. We have no issue with him keeping goats on his property. While I understand the slippery slope argument with regard to this setting precedent for others in requesting variances of a related kind, I am placing my faith in the town leadership's ability to consider each request on its own merit. Goats are okay with us. Dr. and Mrs. Harry Mamas, 6 Hornbeck Ridge. And finally, a memo to whom it may concern, dated January 13th. We own the property at 20 Hornbeck Ridge, which is immediately neighboring Jay Weiss, who is applying for a variance to keep dwarf goats. We have no concerns with this request and don't believe there will be any issues with noise or odor from the animals. We are unable to attend the zoning board meeting, but if needed, we can be reached at, so on. Thank you. Lloyd and Javier Burrell. Okay, these are the letters, and they will be part of the record. Okay, well, thank you for your patience reading that, but it's the only way we can do it. I would just ask you. You provided a lot of information the last time, so. I would, and we've listened as part of the record, and so I hope we don't duplicate things just in the interest of time.
Right, Jim, I promise I will not be as long-winded as I was last time, but there's an awful lot to respond to, I think, and hopefully this will be helpful. So, good evening. Pam noted last time that I tended to ramble if I didn't have stuff written down, so everything's going to will be written down tonight. So good evening. I'm grateful for the chance to revisit some comments stated at the previous hearing and heartened that there seems to be some momentum for support of our petition to raise some chickens and a pair of pet dwarf Nigerian goats. Folks, we're all entitled to our opinions, but not our own facts. Again, we are all entitled to our own opinions, but not our own facts. I would like to address some issues and charges made or intimated during our last hearing, either by letter or vocal testimony. So the following will be the first of 10 points. Number 1, it saddens me to have to respond to a neighbor who accused me of lying. Said neighbor stated that I told them and their real estate broker 3 years ago that the chickens in their coop were a statutory done deal. It never happened. I have no reason at all to state an untruth or mislead. The neighbor also accused me, paradoxically, of informing her that we are interested in Nubian goats, which are larger than dwarf goats. I never did. I have no reason to mislead her. Indeed, the application specifically says dwarf goats. The neighbor also described how these 2 small goats would escape, search for, and jump on, essentially attacking their grandchildren, causing bodily harm. A remarkable assumption. These statements were personal, mean-spirited. I am offended by this neighbor's tone. They are accusations, not opinions, and they have no place in a public hearing. We all welcome different opinions, and I apologize and am embarrassed to feel compelled to have to review this particular neighbor's testimony here. Note that of 25 homes on the street plus surrounding residences within a prescribed radius, few homeowners protested our application, I think 5 and a couple more today. A neighbor also accused me of potentially causing their grandchild to suffer an asthmatic attack because of the storage of several bales of hay and as a result of mold spore distribution. This is pretty serious, and that's why I have a paragraph just devoted to this. Let's see. Moldy hay. So I want to talk about moldy hay for a second. Moldy hay Has an odor different than regular hay and sometimes a bad odor. It's often moist, and the hay can be quite harmful if ingested by a goat, so I'd want to avoid it. If there is any chance of identifiable and thus significant hay mold, I bag it up and dispose of it. Like many molds, it may be obvious if you look, but there are always molds in hay, just like all homes have molds as well. There must be a tremendous amount of mold spores in a restricted area to cause someone to react. A few bales would unlikely produce significant airborne risk. Additionally, the spores would need to be blown over a 6-foot privacy fence and opposite the prevailing wind. Among the places that mold spores grow, and in fact are encouraged to grow, is compost. The same accusatory neighbor has 2 large compost bins in their own backyard, enclosed by their own tall fence and a rear yard shaped like a large bowl whose perimeter is a large semicircle of dead leaves. A northeast wind could conceivably blow these compost molds smack in through their rear doorway and mine. Molds grow on rotting logs and falling leaves, in compost bins, in wood piles, and in grasses, old roofs, and in moist stone. In the spring, they also grow on plants killed by the cold. Our backyard, beyond our lawn, is laden with numerous fallen trees, logs, and dead vegetation. Our street is carpeted with vegetation and overgrowth in many areas, and that's what makes it unique. It's not a street of entirely manicured lawns. The goats would likely forage behind our lawn in our wooded area, removing a lot more vegetation than would harbor molds contained in some bales of hay. On days with high mold count, you simply stay indoors. Anyway, the goats must be fed sweet-smelling, dry, leafy, green-hued, typically second-cut Timothy hay, and so I think that this whole mold business is a red herring. Secondly, several opinions were skeptical of the capacity of fences to contain goats. Please remember that goats are a poor man's cow, and that proper fencing is not a hallmark of a poor goat farmer. Goats wander or jump outside of poorly planned or constructed enclosures, but that certainly does not mean that they cannot be adequately fenced. We already have installed a 6-foot-high woven wire horse fence. Testimony stated and restated the slippery slope argument, the what next argument. This fallacy was offered repeatedly and was tonight in some letters. These are highly exaggerated claims that if this board allows a chicken or a goat in my backyard, next you will allow lions and tigers and bears. Immediately equating chicken or goat ownership with the likely subsequent application for lion ownership, that is to say, to insist on the risk of a slippery slope scenario, is both amazing and disingenuous. What the slippery slope argument states, firmly and unblushingly, is that you, this board, is unable to distinguish between a legitimate application and an absurd one. The argument accuses this board as being untrustworthy, unreliable, and unpredictable in your capacity to judge, and that innuendo is so incredibly offensive. You are perfectly capable of adjudicating these issues as they arise. The what next argument is ridiculous. Next. Section 99(6) of the zoning law of the City of Beacon, New York, keeping of fowl or poultry. No fowl, chickens, ducks, geese, or poultry, or any flocks of such, shall be kept in any dwelling house or any tenement house, lot, or in any house less than 15 feet from the nearest dwelling, and all flocks of such shall be confined in suitable coops or houses properly cleaned. Not less than 15 feet from the nearest dwelling. That's it, in the City of Beacon. This neighboring municipality apparently recognizes that these birds are inoffensive even in close quarters. Section 99(5), Zoning Law, City of Beacon, New York, keeping of horse, cattle, and swine. No person shall keep any horse, cattle, and swine on any premises in the city within 200 feet of any dwelling house, street, or highway in the city without a permit from the Dutchess County Department of Health. That's it. There's nothing at all about goats. I could only assume that goats are not controversial in Beacon. They require no permitting process and are only covered under nuisance laws. 6. I guess it was a 5. Last meeting, I alluded to an internet study about how property values might be affected by chickens. I only quoted that, but I didn't have the document, so I'd like to read it to you. It's short, but it makes the point because a number of people are concerned about property values. This was in the city of Nashville, Tennessee, written about 2 years ago or so by a reporter named Anna Altek. It said, she writes, the city paper announced yesterday that a bill has been introduced to Metro Council to allow for chickens to be kept at urban dwellings. From a real estate perspective, I hear there is some trepidation about having any kind of livestock in densely populated neighborhoods because of the sounds, smells, and sanitation could affect our property values. It's a fair question. Unfortunately, many cities have had chicken ordinances in effect for years and should be a good indicator of whether this is an issue. First, let me clarify that there are currently well over 65 U.S. cities, including Chicago, Phoenix, Miami, New York City, Seattle, Baltimore, etc., that allows backyard chickens with varying degrees of limitation and regulation. Secondly, let me also clarify that hens are small, quiet, don't require a lot of space, eat bugs and other pests, and in general are well suited for city living. You cannot and should not compare them to, say, owning a cow, or even a dog for that matter. Even their waste can be used in compost as opposed to doggy doo. What about real estate? I spent an hour looking online for some evidence of chickens affecting property values and cannot find a single article or example of this being an issue. My more or less scientific approach was then to take a recent article from Forbes at the top 100 housing markets that are appreciating in value to see which of any of these cities allow for chickens. So they give a list of 10 cities. The only one that did not allow chickens at that point was Nashville, and the city passed the ordinance not long after that. Interestingly enough, I thought for kicks that I would use this article on America's 10 sickest housing markets to see if these cities allow for chickens. I was actually a little shocked. Of the 10 cities listed, only 3 allowed backyard chickens. I am not suggesting that chickens are a catalyst in driving market value, but I think I have safely proven they don't seem to be hurting it. That's, of course, in contradistinction to the real estate broker who, based on no data at all, wrote a letter. If you'd like more information and they tell you can go to the Urban Chicken Advocates of Nashville, you can. In addition, there's another frequently asked question from another city, she writes, and she finally says, I realize this bill may not be from everybody, but I always cringe when objections are raised that are inaccurate or uninformed. So that's from that article. We're at 7 already, so we're going pretty quickly. Perhaps unknown to the board, there has been some written dialogue on our street regarding my application. I would like to read you from flyers that were found in a number of mailboxes on our street. The first, from December's notification, says anonymously, at the bottom of the notice of public hearing, quote, if this variance is granted, a precedent will be set allowing any, underlined, any homeowner to keep farm animals. If this variance is granted, a precedent will be set allowing any homeowner to keep farm animals. This is a residential neighborhood. The anonymous warning sounds ominous and is misleading. The variance is only for one property and only 2 specified species of animal. The note was inflammatory. A second flyer, it's number 8 now, was this time signed by a neighbor. I will read that neighbor, Art Groton's correspondence, in a moment. Within the post, Dr. Groton notes that the only neighbors who might have a legitimate cause for concern would be our immediate neighbors to the right and left. The neighbor to one side has no objection and in fact told me that he felt the zoning board had better things to do. That was Mr. Burrell. The neighbor on the other side was quite vocal, and that was the neighbor whose comments were the first that I responded to tonight. So this flyer says, attaches a notice concerning Jay Weiss's request for a variance is described along with comments made by an anonymous lobbyist against the request. The zoning board tabled the request at the December 9 meeting. You will take it up again tonight. We all know that Jay has had chickens in front of his house for a number of years. I have heard no complaints. They are quiet and cause no difficulties. Yoda, that's his big white German Shepherd dog, basically ignores them, and when they were running free, even when they were running free. They're actually quite beautiful. He has built quite a lovely wooden fence to contain a number of dwarf goats. They are no larger than some of the dogs on the street and will certainly make less noise than a number of them. The area is well set back from the street. It would seem to me that the only ones who might have a legitimate cause for concern would be his immediate neighbors to the left and right. No one lives behind him until Gendry Lane. Personally, when I grew up on Long Island, there were still farms near where I lived, and nothing gave me more pleasure than to go see the animals. We have precious little chance these days to be in proximity to them, and I look forward to the opportunity. We are not talking about horses or cows or pigs. I, too, would find that problematic. I think it unlikely anyone else on this road will want such animals. In terms of the town, it might be a precedent, but one about the zoning board can make a determination on its merits. And then he says, I suggest we support Jay either in person or by email, as street mates, which I thought that was a cute expression, and let his immediate neighbors voice their concerns. Finally then, to review, both the birds and the little goats are essentially pacifists. They're friendly, they're fun to watch, without significant odor either bodily or from their bodily waste. They can be easily, effectively, and artfully housed and contained. The chicken's effect on property values is possibly to enhance, as you've heard, but not likely to detract. The little goat's effect on property value is likely minimal, but I have no data to confirm that. Both the chickens and goats are nearly silent and otherwise will softly coo or cluck or bleat. They are environmentally benign. In fact, their poop can be a soil enhancement. Chickens will eat ticks, goats will eat poison ivy, which we have a lot of and would like to eliminate from our property. Their planned or present housing is the maximum distance from our property lines, with the coop designed to match our home color and design, and the goat shed, when built, will do the same. The housing locations are shown on maps submitted to you with small white triangles. Yesterday morning, I was surprised to find 3 members of this board knocking on our front door. I was and am tickled at your interest in thoroughly investigating this petition, not only here in this room, and probably also on the internet, but on a tour of our backyard on a cold and gray January Sunday, when you could have been doing something else but that. So thank you for your dedication to this town. That was awesome.
Okay, thank you. Phyllis, any questions?
No, I have no question.
Betty?
Last month when you were here and I asked you why it was that you wanted to keep goats, you said that you wanted to make them available for children to see. Can you just remind me again what you said?
Sure. Both the chickens and the goats, I think, are wonderful alternatives as pets. Chickens are easy. In fact, I'm not sure if I showed last month a U.S. Department of Agriculture from the early part of last century, showing a little boy building a chicken coop and a little girl feeding some chickens in their backyard with the. In fact, I have it here. In time of peace, a profitable recreation. In time of war, a patriotic duty. This was during World War I. I think that chickens are a good idea because they expose kids to the meat we eat. It gives them an idea that there is a direct relationship between us and the environment, us and their world. The same thing about goats. Goats have much less of an environmental impact simply because they are herbivores. So they eat hay, and a pet goat would primarily eat hay. There would not be much grain or feed because they're not lactating, they're not reproducing. So I think exposure to kids for some really sweet animals would be a wonderful idea as an alternative to dogs.
Now, you have a veterinary office, right?
Guilty.
Where is that office?
On Route 376 by the Dutchess County Airport.
So are there a lot of children that come? I'm trying to get the connection between children and seeing these animals and your backyard. I mean, do you have a lot of children that come to your home to visit, or?
I don't have people specifically coming to the house to see the chickens, but I'm aware of a number of people whose relatives and friends, because they're aware of the presence of the coop, which was in the front of the house for a long time, would come and visit. And my understanding is, from people I've spoken to, that this particular little chicken coop is known far and wide. And a number of people I know, both as clients and as friends and friends of friends, have gotten their own chickens. And I think that's a really wonderful idea.
In your business or in your practice, do you go out to farms where they have farm animals and that sort of thing to work?
30 years ago, I did. I used to see horses and cows and sheep and pigs and all that. I don't any longer. It's pretty much a dog and cat and bird kind of a practice. So no, I do not.
Art?
Yeah, you're asking for 2 goats right now. What would prevent you from asking for another 2, 4, 6 goats?
I think 2 is enough. It's a residential area. There's little. The vast majority of people, if they have pets, won't have any more than 2 dogs. I mean, maybe 3. So I think that 2 is certainly enough, but it's a necessary amount if you're going to have goats, because goats are herd animals and they really require a partner. So if somebody's going to have 1 goat, they should have 2. I think that 2 or 3 are really too many. And I think the same thing about chickens. Under the various ordinances in the different cities across America, there are some that allow people to have almost as many as they want, which I think is a little bit crazy. I had 6 chickens to begin with because that's the least amount of chickens you can purchase. Each little 2 or 3 day old chick would keep the other one warm in a little box that you got from the post office. So 6 is adequate. We have 3. We have 3 left. I'm fine with that. By the way, the eggs are fabulous.
Jim?
Okay. Actually, the questions I had have already been asked. Paul?
I have no questions.
Anthony?
No questions, thanks.
Carmen?
Dr. Weiss, I really appreciate all of the information you have presented last month and this month as well. And we decide case by case as they come before us. And we do take into consideration the neighbors' concerns. That's not the only determination when we're making a decision. My question to you is, you have your business, your practice. Do you have acreage over there where you have your practice?
Not really. I think it's 2 acres of property on a business area. Actually, to correct one of the letters, this R20, we have 1 1/3 acres, so 1.3 acres. I think most of the people on Hornbeck Ridge are about 1 to 1 1/3-ish acres. Mm-hmm. So there's certainly more than enough room for these animals.
No, I'm wondering where your practice is, your office is. How much land do you have there?
2 acres.
You have the 2 acres, okay. Have you ever thought about having them there?
Not really, because they're pets.
But you spend a lot of time at your practice.
I spent a lot of time at home.
Okay, all right. But this is very, very difficult because I'm an animal lover, and I just feel that your objection to the slippery slope argument doesn't quite hold, because I think the neighbors certainly do have a point there, and the chickens, we've dealt with chickens before. We've had other requests regarding chickens, but I think the goat is a different story, and I just have some real reservations about your application.
Okay, I only want to say then that we're talking specifically about little goats. Dwarf Nigerian goats are 50 to 75 pounds. Mm-hmm. So they're a lot smaller. I mentioned that last time too. They're an awful lot smaller than your typical goat, who can be anywhere from 150 to 300 pounds. There's a big, big difference between what's typically conceived of as a farm animal, and these little small things.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, is there anyone in the audience that?
There is a
Oh,
question.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Could you just remind me, please, how you'll manage the removal of the waste from the goats?
The poop probably would deteriorate. They come out like pellets, like deer pellets. So for the amount of poop that's on the lawn that isn't immediately dissipated by rain, we would just put it in a bag and put it in the garbage. Also, I didn't emphasize, but I'd like to also remind you that there's a significant slope behind my house, and about a third of our property is a slope that goes right down. That's all felled trees and an area that these things could forage. So it's not. So essentially, 2/3 of our property is available for these goats and chickens.
Okay, any others? All right,
Jim, I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm the attorney for the zoning board. Just that there will be there is no intention for roosters. The application says hens, correct? There's no intention to have a rooster. The application says hens.
Correct. Actually, we had a rooster. It was quite a surprise. And as he got bigger, he got louder. Interestingly enough, there were no complaints. I couldn't stand the rooster because he was so constantly loud, and he attacked people who came in to feed them, so we finally had him for dinner.
And then the other question is, I just want to be clear before, it doesn't necessarily have to be before the public comment, what exactly all the dimensions from the property lines are. I'm not sure that all of it is clear from.
You're referring to the map?
yeah. And I think what we have, and I'm trying to find, is that the chicken coop is located pretty much in the center behind the house, and it's very close to 80 feet from each of the
Each
side
direction, right.
lot lines.
Okay.
And 80 feet, give or take a few. Okay.
And what about and 84, the northern property line, is that your rear line?
So when you're looking on the map,
Is
it's a
map-
it's a landscape drawing. This is from the Town of Poughkeepsie Zone website?
Is it zoned north? I mean, is it oriented north?
Yes.
Okay,
So where it says 275 on the map, that's north.
okay.
To the left of the house, as you're looking at it on the map, is the street. And to the right of the house is that slope that goes right down. Behind that fence, which is drawn in black, behind those two white triangles, there's almost nothing. It slopes straight down.
Okay.
So that's
I
as far
just-
back as we can go. And then
Okay, I just want to make sure we have the exact numbers if you're gonna grant a variance.
I have that he needs a 120-foot variance from the side and the rear. That,
For the goats.
yes, and,
For the chickens, it's 20 feet.
right.
Yeah. Okay, and what that means is that, and I have one drawing here in which the distances are marked, and to both side yards, it's plus or minus 80 feet.
Okay,
And to the rear lot line, it's also plus or minus 80 feet.
okay.
So it's
then-
it's located in a way that maximizes the
The distance, okay. I just want to make sure the numbers are accurate if you're going to grant the variance once you're putting the numbers into a resolution. And then the other thing is I noticed that on this map, it says it's a movable chicken coop. So that's something you'll want to take into consideration if you're going to grant the variance in the special use permit, whether you want to allow it to be movable or that it's got to stay in that spot. That may be a condition you want to consider.
Okay.
by the way, the reason it's movable is because my plan at one point was to go to one school to the next and show kids chicken coops. It didn't work out, but that's why it's movable.
Okay. Okay. But the application as it stands now has the chicken coop in a specific location.
Right, and then they'd stay.
Yeah, and as our attorney points out, we have to have that specificity in any application that we would grant. Okay, Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address this application? Okay, hearing none. Well, okay, all right.
There they are.
Okay.
Chris Celeste and Daniel Johnson. We're the neighbors who live directly to the right of Dr. Weiss.
Okay.
We
and-
testified last time.
Yeah, okay.
left.
So
The left,
you
I'm
would still be under oath?
Yes.
And so I just remind you that, okay. Go ahead.
There's just a couple of facts. Number one, the last time Dr. Weiss was here, he admitted he has to cover all of his trees and house to protect his property from these goats. If these goats get out, what protection do we have for our landscaping, our homes, our trees, the wooden fence that is between our house and his? There's not been any talk of where the shelter is going to be for the goats. That's why we were coming back this week to find out where the shelter was going to be located. To me, it doesn't matter where the shelter's located. The goats are not going to be contained in the shelter. The goats are going to be allowed to walk free on the property within his fenced area. His fenced area is approximately 35 feet from my garage. Every time I walk out my door, I'm going to see goats. They're social animals. And the goats represent, not the goats, the chickens represent to me a foot in the door. Because while they don't make noise and they've kept it very clean, here we are 3 years later, now applying for goats. So I guess that's the slippery slope. I want to speak to what your point was. Dr. Weiss has a veterinary clinic. He now states he has more acreage there than he does on Hornbeck Ridge. Maybe that's more appropriate, an appropriate place for these animals, because where are these children coming from that he's going to showcase his goats to? The only children that are young on the street are my grandsons, who are right next door. And I guess the last fact is a fact. We purchased on Hornbeck Ridge to be in a residential area. 5-acre zoning for farm animals. He has 1.3 acres. That's 26% of the 5 acres that the board or that the town has decided is necessary. I don't care what's happening in Nashville. I don't care what's happening anywhere else in the United States. I purchased on Hornbeck Ridge for a reason. It's a residential neighborhood. That's what I expect to remain. You don't change the rules in the middle of the game because somebody's decided they want goats. I haven't heard one viable reason to change to allow the variance or to change the rules. I trust that you're going to do what's in the best for all the neighbors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Jim, I have one question. I'm sorry. Do you take issue with the chickens and the goats, or just the goats?
I'll tell you, I really don't have an issue with the chickens, except that the chickens represent the crack in the door. And I really feel that as far as I told an untruth, I highly doubt that. We were told the chickens were legal. We were also told he probably wouldn't need a variance for the goats because he's a veterinarian. His words, not mine. He was told by several neighbors that we did not want goats before he applied for the variance. He chose to go ahead anyway. I like Jay, I like Pam. We've been good neighbors to them. They've been good neighbors to us. But this really has changed the complexion of the neighborhood because people are taking sides. I don't want goats next door to my house. Period. End of discussion. And if my property value is affected, and you do have a letter from a local real estate person, not somebody from Nashville, whose credentials I don't even know. If my property value is affected because of the goats, I feel the town would be responsible because I feel that the law should be on my side at this point. The reason why you made it 5 acres, there were reasons for that. There's no way he's keeping those goats in that shelter, so I don't care if it's 100 feet from my line. They're going to be on the property line. Goats are social animals. They're going to be where there's action. Where is there action? Where there are 2 little boys playing every single day. And Dr. Weiss may spend a lot of time at his home. He spends a lot of time at his office also. This is all I'm saying. I hope that you will vote in favor of against the variance and in favor of the neighborhood, because everybody's property values are at stake here. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak?
I don't know where she's going.
Here we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes. So would you state your name for the record?
All right. My name is Dr. Howard Cohen. I live on 12 Hornbeck Ridge in the town of Poughkeepsie, and my wife's name is Mildred Cohen.
Okay.
Dr. Cohen spoke last.
Okay, you're right. So
I
we'll just-
spoke
I'm not sure
last
about it. I
time.
don't
We'll
think-
remind you you're still in row.
I
Yes,
hope,
okay.
I'm just hoping because of my age, you allow me to repeat someplace a few things, but I'm not going to overdo it, I hope. We are probably 2 of the oldest residents. I'm talking our house and another house further up the street on Hornbeck Ridge, both of of us, had built our own houses with a contractor. I don't mean that I built it myself, although I finished the basement at the time. So I'm quite familiar with the way that street has been culturally, appearance-wise, over a period of just short of 50 years. In fact, it was just before we moved into our house, I don't know just precisely how long, but it was a private street. It belonged to Smithfield, which was the Smith brothers. And as a matter of fact, I bought my property from one of the children of the Smith brothers. So we've been there a long time, and I have a feeling for what it was and what it became. I will tell you, for those of you who have been on the street, that it probably has remained the same pretty much from the time we were there, except for lights on the street now and also town water. And it's a lovely place to live. I think any of us who are here tonight know it's just been a wonderful street, and the neighbors have been good. And interestingly enough, 3 of the people who are here tonight have really done me favors, 2 particularly in emergencies, and 1 who was just very kind. But it's an issue that is dear to my heart because for a number of things. The houses vary. I know I was asked last time, why do you want to move there? Well, I was working in a hospital, Hudson River State at the time, and it was close to where I worked, reasonably close. It was also easy to get help or sitters if we had to go someplace. And it was just a lovely street with a I hear the word residential, but a semi-rural atmosphere. And that is clear if you go up that dead-end street. There's wide variances between the amount of frontages that each house have. It's not just been stamped out. The houses have been built by different builders. The original house is still there at the end of the house that the Smiths owned. It retains its wonderful charm, we think, and I think all of us on that street feel that way. So, at any rate, it hasn't changed much. Our children grew up on Hornbeck Ridge and played with the predecessor of the owner of the house that Dr. Weiss is in. That was the Murphys at the time. interestingly enough, the Murphys had ducks. I know I was here last time I mentioned, but you got to accept the error. I mentioned it was geese, but they were ducks. Shortly thereafter, we wound up, because of the Murphys, and we thought it was interesting, we wound up having geese. I never had a variance for geese. No one ever questioned that. I just had a couple of geese. And we called them our watch geese, because every time a car drove up, the geese would run out and greet the owners in a very searching way and made themselves known. We enjoyed that, and were short-lived for the simple reason that a fox got them, even though I had fenced them in at night. So animals have been there of varying types. We also, as many people in the town have, we have much the same animals that have been there before. That is, deer are always on our property. Always. There are always raccoons. There are, what else do we have there? We used to have pheasants, with the exception of pheasants, and all we can do is hypothesize as to why they're gone. But we had dogs, labs, serially, just one at a time. And it could be dogs, it could be anything, but I wouldn't pin it on the dogs. They're just not there. But there are all kinds of animals there, and I think it's rural enough with trees and large acres that there are a lot of these things going around. Now, when we lived there early on, we did not have a town water. I am still on a well, as you heard of a couple of people more. I don't know how many are still on wells. I think there are roughly about 25 houses on the street. But I tell you, I never had a problem with my well. Never. It's hard water, but we've never had anything wrong with the water from all the animals that trod that property. There are foxes around, and we used to look, and some of our neighbors recall, we'd look out their fox. They were on our property, and then they went to someone else's property, and we watched them. Didn't even chase them. So this is the kind of atmosphere of that street. Different homes, different frontages, and lots of animals. I just have some notes to myself. Now, there are lots of dogs on the street. And I had labs myself and had a heck of a good time with them. They're wonderful animals. Now there's a leash law.
Okay, with all due respect, Dr. Cohen.
I'm going to get to some of the things that I want to deal with now.
Okay.
Because they're the complaints.
Okay.
For example, I'll go right to it. You've had a complaint about disease and allergies, and really from a party way at the end of the street. I'm not even talking about our neighbors. When in fact, they talked about diseases, potential diseases, and destroying the groundwater. Well, heck, I would just humbly ask the board to look into the evidence for that kind of material, that there's going to be diseases and hurting the groundwater because of a few animals in this case. I would doubt that's the case. You've already heard from Dr. Weiss and other people. The rooster is gone. I live 2 houses down. I never heard the rooster. I don't hear the clucking. It's entertaining to walk down that driveway and look at these animals. Now I know the question has come up about the goats. And just want to tell you a couple of things about them that I read. Although my daughter had a goat, but not on our property, although he'd come there sometime. If you look up, and some of you may have done this already, Wikipedia, dwarf goats. Has anyone here looked that up on Wikipedia?
I would venture that all of us have.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to read it for some people who might be in the audience interesting. Short. Nigerian dwarf goats are gentle and easily trainable. This
This, along with their small size and colorful appearance, makes them popular as pets. My own feeling with this, with respect to this, is that discriminating between farm animals and pets is an arbitrary decision when you look at the way this animal is described, because it really is a pet. The dwarf goats are small size, colorful appearance makes them popular as pets. Some breeders bottle feed kids, which makes them more bonded with humans. Others prefer to let their mothers raise them naturally, finding bottle-fed kids to be overly clingy. With either method, they can be very friendly and can easily be trained to walk on a leash, and some enjoy coming into the house with their owners. Some people have even gone so far as to potty train these goats. I don't know how many of you have dogs, but you ever try to potty train them? Some Nigerian dwarf goats, small size, also makes them excellent visitors, visiting animals for nursing homes and hospitals. Are they still spreading disease? I'm just about done about the behavior of this. Some great supply houses even sell small harnesses and tiny wagons to fit Nigerian dwarf goats. Or as with all goats, does are neutered, and neutered males, wethers, make the best pets, as bucks, which they're not going to have an objectionable odor. Nigerian dwarfs, especially does and wethers, do very well with children. So just a few comments myself now. The groundwater hasn't been hurt. I believe the two specific female Nigerian dwarf goats are not farm animals, as this description states, but pets, as stated in this aforementioned behavioral definition. They do not smell, they do not make noise, and they do not bite. Can anyone in this room guarantee me that with a dog? I'd like to hear it. Finally, can you assume that the opinion of one real estate agent, salesperson, that all the houses on Holmbeck Ridge will fall in value because of this variance? Is this the opinion of this real estate agent, one agent, shared by other real estate agents? And you're better able to find that out than I am. I think not. I believe Dr. Weiss to be an ethical health professional who will be increasing the value of our property with the kind of differential that we have on that street by making Hornbeck Ridge even more interesting and charming to live on than before. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to?
This is going what this week?
Oh. No, I guess not. Right, okay. Anyone else want to? Okay, yes, please, come forward.
Hi, I'm Kelly Garcia.
I'm sorry?
Callie Garcia.
Okay.
Ms. Garcia, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
In reference to the last man that spoke, I don't see the difference between having a goat on your property and a dog. With a goat this size, I don't see any difference. Any animal that sees or hears people, or anything, they're all going to draw their attention to the same thing, whatever the animal is. So I don't really see the difference between having a goat or a dog or any other animal.
Okay,
That's
all right, thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Yes.
Promise I'll be brief. My name is Teresa Karen. I testified at the last hearing, and I just want to reiterate a couple of things and mention another thing. First of all, we like Dr. Weiss and we like Pam. They're great people. They've been good friends and neighbors. I have not changed my feelings about objecting to this variance, however. I think it's too great a variance based on a code that was put in place for a reason, and I don't see the justification for making that large an exception to the rule. I think codes are substantial law and require heightened scrutiny if a substantial variance is requested. And I think that given that there are neighbors who do object to it, I think you have to take that with considerable weight given the size of the variance requested. And I am concerned about the precedent. I'm concerned also about the legal ramifications of having a precedent like that for future homeowners who want to do whatever. My next door neighbor joked and said, well, I think maybe I'll get a horse, but he'll be a clean horse. So I just don't think it helps. And I'm distressed that this issue seems to be dividing what has been a wonderful, lovely neighborhood street with a lot of really nice people, and I know virtually everybody on the street. And I don't want it to divide us, but I cannot change my mind about objecting to it. And when Dr. Weiss talked about using the hens and the goats for educational purposes and for little kids, as my other neighbor pointed out, there are no little kids on that street except their two grandchildren, and I have yet to see any, and I wouldn't want to see school buses come roaring up and down our street with a bunch of little kids who are coming to look at the goats and the hens that will be in his backyard, not out in front. So I think I just want to reiterate, I still object, and I hope that you will find in favor of upholding the code as it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else? Okay, yes, sir.
I will be very brief.
Thank you.
I'm Craig Goldstein. I live at 19 Hornbeck Ridge.
Did you?
I did not
You
testify
did not,
last time,
okay.
no ma'am.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Thank you. Dr. Cohen pretty much stole most of my thunder, so I will be even briefer than I thought I was going to be. And there's been a lot of anecdotal conversation. How the pricing of the houses are going to go down, the well water is going to get contaminated. At the end of the day, it's a matter of 3 chickens and 2 goats in an area that Dr. Cohen said was pretty much as much rural as it was suburbia. We moved just recently, and one of the reasons we did move to the street was because of the ruralness of the street. I did some research on these goats, and I think it's debatable if these goats are farm animals. And out of everything Dr. Cohen said, the Delta Society, which is a society that tests animals to use as therapy animals, so dogs, and puts pygmy goats as one of those animals. They don't put pigs, they don't put horses, they don't put cows. They put pygmy goats as an animal that is not a farm animal but is a pet. So I think when you do consider this variance, you do consider that we are not talking about goats or pigs or cows, but we're talking about an animal that is smaller than many dogs on the street that have personalities and characteristics that are probably much nicer than many dogs on the street. And if Dr. Weiss decides to get 3 pit bulls for his fenced yard, he would be fine and dandy to do it, and I think there would probably be an uproar over that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Hi, good evening. Jackie Rose, and that was my husband who just spoke, but I didn't want to interrupt while he was here. But I did not testify previously either.
Ms. Rose, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Thank you very much, and yes, I understand that. I have some very brief comments, but I do think it's important enough to reiterate a couple of these that were stated. I am requesting, my husband and I are requesting, and as he spoke for himself, that this board support the application, respectfully requesting that this board support the application. And we respectfully disagree with some of the concerns that our neighbors have brought to this board's attention. Couple comments that I think are important just to state. As my husband Craig mentioned, we recently purchased this property. We moved to the neighborhood May of this past year. And one of the things that we found to be most appealing was Jay's chickens. When we were driving the street, we did see the coop. We thought that it was impeccably maintained, that the animals were well cared for, and it was an opportunity to live in a suburban area with a touch of ruralness to it and have the quaintness and the charm of the animals. So I would absolutely disagree that it lowered a property value. If anything, I think we paid a bit of a premium in order to be in that area. The comment that was made that a real estate agent had testified that the property values would decrease, I too would take issue with. I think that that's a statement of opinion. I don't know that it's a statement of fact. I don't know it's a statement of fact that they would or would not. I'm not sure that we have the ability to make that projection at this time. A couple of the other comments that really caught my attention was, one was the attraction of wildlife. If these 2 goats and 3 chickens were allowed to remain on the property. The chickens have been here. They have been here without any type of variance. I don't believe that the wildlife are going to be aware of a variance being passed or not, and that we're going to see an increase in the wildlife that's going to frequent the neighborhood because of that. Again, there are foxes, there are deers, there are raccoons, there are moles, there are all kinds of cute little critters that are running in our street and up and down our areas, and I don't believe that allowing this is going to continue to have any impact on drawing a greater amount. I don't think that they have an internet base, that they speak to one another and will pass the word. As far as it being a risk to children, that was one of the ones that was somewhat of a concern to me. I think it's important to understand, as some people have testified, that there's absolutely no indication that any of these animals pose any risk to children. And they are significantly smaller than several dogs on our street, and significantly smaller than many, many dogs that could be there at any time. And really the last point for me is the issue that's been talked about and touched upon, is that of the slippery slope. Codes and ordinances are created and developed to create some standards of reasonableness. And I would ask this group to recognize that the variance that is also being requested is one of reasonableness. No, it does not automatically go from goats and chickens to lions, tigers, and bears. And that we trust you as our leadership of this town to be able to make those determinations on a case-by-case basis using the reasonable person standard, which I believe that all of you have the ability to do. So it would be our request that you would support this application, and we respectfully ask that you consider that. And thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else to speak on this issue? Okay, hearing none, is there no further comments questions from the board? Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Recusals? Okay. This brings us to item number 5. SNA LLC and Giotti Incorporated, 1118 Dutchess Turnpike. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Mark Kasevich. I'm representing SNA. It's about the variance for the LED sign.
Okay, so if you'd just be sworn in, please.
Could you say your name again, please?
Mark Kasevich.
Okay, Mark, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Okay, so as I understand it, there's an existing sign. You're essentially replacing the name of the company.
Yeah, we're going to take out the old faces and just swap them with the new LED faces.
Okay, and as part of the package, you've submitted the design.
The rendering, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Phyllis, any questions?
No questions.
Betty?
That looks almost like this, is that pretty much the same size as to what's already there?
It's the exact same thing, yeah. We're just taking out the red face you see and just putting in the green and the blue one.
All right, so the electronic message display, is that where the amounts are?
Yeah, yes.
And you can change that from inside?
From inside the store instead of going out and, you know, you have to use like a big, like 20-foot, it almost looks like a toilet plunger. But, I mean, sometimes snow plowers, you know, they push the snow up against the sign, so you have to walk through that. And if it's icy, the water gets behind the numbers and they freeze and stick, so it's hard to change them.
I have no other question.
Okay. Art?
As typical with most of the service stations now, the gas stations, these will be lit, not flashing, not changing. Once you establish your price for
Yeah, usually they
period
do it
of
in the
time.
morning and then it changes or it stays until the next day.
whenever
or whenever
your price
they
is
change the
changed,
price.
but
Yeah.
They won't, so they will not be fluctuating during the day.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Paul?
No questions.
Anthony?
Yes, I have a couple questions. Is it possible that the sign could be reconfigured and have, where it says regular cash and regular credit, you could do a column that says cash and credit over, say, beneath the Tiger Mart sign, and then have just 2 displays on either side? Rather than having 4 panels, it would just become 2?
I'm not following what you're saying.
Right now, the signs show regular cash, regular credit for diesel and...
Yeah.
Okay. So now, what I'm proposing is to put one of those LEDs on the left-hand side, and above that, you would say cash, and for the left side, it would say cash or credit, and then for the right side, you'd have cash or credit, and then the LEDs on either side, rather than having 4.
You have to. It's a New York State law. They changed. You have to display cash and credit for the prices.
And I think you would still be doing that.
Oh, but you're saying just. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying now. I mean, they could configure it like that. Yes. I mean, I think they just come out of the factory this way. So I mean, they're pretty much pre-made.
Right.
It would be, you know, just a custom order to do that.
I mean, I think it would just cut down on the signage, and it would still be effective at that point.
Is the law that you have to put up both, or you have to have the higher one up?
You have to display the cash and credit price. I think they just passed that last year sometime. I could be mistaken.
No, okay, no, I'm sorry, I just remember it coming up in another meeting we had that I thought it was just at the higher price, but I don't know what the exact law on it is either.
Basically, what I'm getting at is you would have the two displays, and then between them, you would say regular,
Yeah.
and then just over the top.
Though we would still have exactly the same number of LED lights.
Right, but just reducing the size. I mean,
No bigger than it was.
It's going to fit into the same size it's there right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually am in favor of the law, and I think the way you propose makes it very clear exactly what the prices are, so that.
So what about mid-grade or what's?
I can't answer that. I'm not.
Right. So it's just the cash or credit.
Actually, they might only sell regular and diesel.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure on that. But I think you just have to display regular.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Carmen?
No questions.
Okay. If there are no other questions in the board, is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address this application? Seeing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Recusals? Item 6, Richard Smith, 71 Marple Road Extension. What did yeah. They did? I didn't see it. Okay, yeah, just the environmental form to be done. Okay, so if you just state your name for the record?
Richard Smith.
Okay.
Mr. Smith, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Okay, and you're here seeking a special use permit to allow a commercial vehicle to be parked at your residence. Okay, okay, and before you begin, I've got a correspondence to read into the record. Dated January 13th. I, C. Edward Decker Jr., today have no problem with special use permits for Richard Smith and to Andres Pramnik. Okay, and it's signed C.E. Decker Jr. Okay. Can you describe the vehicle that you want to park?
It's a F-350 2009 Ford, four-door, has the box on the back with all of the utility doors.
Okay. And what is the truck used for?
I work at Adams doing carpentry and repair work and so forth.
Okay, and so the truck carries the tools and the equipment that you need?
Exactly.
Okay.
Now, I might add that I bought it new in 2009, so it's been there all those years. And prior to that, I had another one, a little bit smaller, but it was still a big truck with utilities. And prior to that one, for 6 years, I had, when I did work for a contractor, I had 2 different utility trucks. And for 12 years prior to that, I had a 3/4 ton diesel. And for 15 years, I had a 1-ton truck.
Okay. Okay. And so I assume that you take the truck to work in the morning and
Typically,
come.
I leave between like 4:30 and 5 in the morning. And most weeks, that includes Saturday morning also. And I come home typically once, after 5. Now, this last couple months, I have an older dog that's under the care of a vet that has taught my wife and I how to change the medication and so forth. So around 7:30, I come home for 15, 20 minutes, go through all that, and then go back to work. So
Right.
that is the only exception. Otherwise, it's really never fair. Actually, the zoning administrator told me she had a hard time finding it until she went on a Sunday morning because I'm a Christian. Now, I also have a petition, a list here signed by 27 people.
Thank you, sir.
Like walking down the street. One house, a lady, I think she's a nurse. And I could never get her.
That's the original for Jim. That's,
Yeah. Thank you.
The other house on the other end, they're new to the neighborhood, and a young couple, I never find memory even there. The only one I didn't get, this is the same age, though, and I'm sure he would have signed it because a number of years back, I signed a petition for him. When in fact, the town was concerned about his parking in the street of all his vehicles, and I signed a letter that he had so he could put up temporary tents, which he still has. In addition to that, my employer, the Adamses, I don't know if I have to. For tonight? Yeah.
I couldn't find it.
It's just a short one-liner saying that I need the truck to do the job for their stores in the Hudson Valley.
thank you.
And one reason for the vehicle, I had the next size down prior to this one. But what I found with this one is I keep all the tools necessary. Oh, here's the original.
Okay.
I keep them all on the truck, so when I come home, I don't have to load or unload. Everything's on the truck. I just park it and that's it. Same in the morning. I have other tools in my house and other ladders, so once I park the vehicle, then that's it, which makes it a lot easier for me.
Okay. And I have just one last question, and then I'll let other board members. Where do you normally park it?
I try to park it close to the garage door on the grass side. There's a difference of elevation of probably 6 feet because it is a raised ranch, and there's a split rail fence and pine trees in front.
Okay.
So on the crest of a hill, I don't think coming over a hill that you would typically look over to the side if it was, as a matter of safety.
Okay. All right. Phyllis, any questions?
Yeah, do you have to warm this truck up, or do you
No,
just
it's
go
just
out
a-
and?
It's not a V8, it's what they call a V10, but it's no diesel. So I just started and go. In fact, when the box was put on the back, the backup beeper was disconnected, so I can turn that off and on at my will, which is never in my neighborhood. It's only at work if there's people, like in a parking lot or something.
Okay, that was my next question, thank you.
Okay.
No further questions.
Betty?
Is there a gate right behind where that truck was parked?
There's a gate that goes
There,
to,
your backyard is fenced in, and it
Right.
appears that there's a gate. What is behind that gate?
blacktop.
Is it feasible that you could park the truck in that area?
No,
Like,
any vehicle wouldn't fit in there. It's not wide enough. That's right on my line with Mr. Decker. And there's the fill pipes and so forth to fill my oil tank for the house right there, as well as the electrical. It's not, if you open the door, it's not, it's not that wide. Maybe if you had a little compact car or something like that.
okay.
Art?
There are no signs on the vehicle in your photos. Is that
No,
something?
that vehicle is my personal
That's your, it doesn't
vehicle.
belong to Adams, okay.
Yeah, it's not Adams's.
So you just contracted to Adams essentially?
No, I'm a Adams employee,
Okay.
and that's my personal vehicle.
No questions.
Okay. Paul?
I'm sorry, I may have missed this. What's the weight of the vehicle? What is it
weight?
Is it 1 ton, a ton and a
Yeah,
half?
it's 1 ton.
Okay. And are you transporting any goods or just your tools?
Just tools.
Okay, that's all I have.
Anthony?
No questions.
Carmen?
When we were out there last week, it was parked alongside your garage, right?
No.
No? Okay. It's usually in the driveway?
Oh, you must have came on a Sunday, because my neighbor said people pulled into the driveway. My wife said no one knocked on the door. She was taking a shower, and no one called us, either my cell phone or my house. That was, so you people came. I don't know if I was parked.
We were there on a Wednesday.
On Wednesday.
Well, I have reports that.
We were there on Sunday. It was
Yeah.
And I was there Saturday, so it was Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday.
But where do you
So
usually?
you didn't see me on a Wednesday.
No, I wasn't
And
there
probably not a
Wednesday.
Saturday.
Right.
I was there Saturday.
Okay, where do
Now-
you usually park the truck?
She's thinking the wrong house.
Well, what I like to do is park it in front of the garage door. Now, occasionally, it may be over one, back and forth. Perhaps, does my wife remember?
It's usually in the driveway, is that right?
There's my
Okay.
wife. Oh,
It's
yeah.
usually in the driveway?
That's all.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, that's really all we,
That's all I need to know.
Oh,
Yeah, okay.
No
Okay.
further questions.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address this application? Yes, sir.
Comments. I'm Candace St. Angel. I live at 72 Marble Road Extension, diagonally across from Mr. Smith.
Mr. Angel, do you swear to tell?
St. Angel,
Saint Angel, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
I will. I want to submit photographs to the board to support my testimony. I have 3 points to make about Mr. Smith, and I think the board should know about it. First, Mr. Smith has his large truck parked, and he parks it on the left-hand side of his driveway by the road, and has many, many times over the years that he's owned it. Second of all, he's correct when he says he leaves for 4:30 to 4:45 in the morning, and my bedroom window is right where he backs out into. There is no other occupant on the street that has a bedroom window that's near Mr. Smith's truck. Mr. Smith's truck is a heavy-duty utility body that's clattered with all kinds of ladders that he can't hear inside of his truck, but I can hear inside of my bedroom at 4:30 in the morning when the clatter is going up the road. He backs out downhill, and he has to push the throttle extremely to begin that heavy truck up the road. It wakes me out of bed at 4:30, 4:45 in the morning. The past 3 or 4 months, he's been coming back home, back and forth from wherever he goes, 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, 10:30 in the morning, around 12:30, 1 o'clock, and then again at 4:35. This is 5 days a week. 5 days a week, I watch this happen. On a Saturday and Sunday, he leaves a little later, probably around 6:30 in the morning. Then he has a ritual where he has another truck parked there that he has to maneuver all the cars that are sitting in his driveway. He has to drive on the wrong side of the road. He parks on the blacktop road in front of my driveway, preventing me from leaving my driveway until he's through with this. To get his other truck out, put the white truck in, and when he comes back on a Saturday and Sunday, has to do the same ritual again. And he's got the truck, he drives on the wrong side of the road, parked on the wrong side of the road until he can manipulate the trucks back into where he wants it for Monday morning. The town of Poughkeepsie zoned this R20 for residential. If we keep on letting people bring the commercial vehicles, his is not an emergency commercial vehicle. He could leave this at where he works. Or he could put a car in a garage that he doesn't use. Or he can put it behind that fence. But he decides to do what he wants to do. And the town is allowing this to happen. I don't think this is fair. I think the law should be on the side of the residential people. I've lived there 49 years. And I pay $8,500 a year, approximately $8,500 a year taxes, and I have no exemptions whatsoever, not even basic star. But Mr. Smith has several exemptions.
Excuse, order. I would, there are no comments from the audience, please.
Say, this is what I got.
And Mr. St. Angel, would you please keep your remarks relevant to the application as it stands?
I am.
What people pay in taxes is not relevant.
Oh, I pay taxes for a residential house.
You can speak about the residential zoning. The taxes are irrelevant.
I pay my full taxes every year.
Okay, let's see. I'd like to ask that we have a very brief recess, 5 minutes. There are a number of students here that are fulfilling assignments. Many of them have to leave by 9 o'clock, and they need signatures on the forms. Let's take a brief recess here. Students that need signatures, please come up. We'll take care of this, and then we'll resume as quickly as we can. Anybody up here can sign. Okay. Let's see. What do I have to do?
Learn anything?
I was going to say.
It's getting good.
Oh, okay.
It's weird. Watch on TV.
Anybody else behind you? Anybody else? Come on.
Yeah. You know, people like to participate.
On a date?
Okay.
No, it's 13, right?
How is he saying that?
Okay. You're welcome.
Friends are not permitted in this neighborhood.
Welcome.
And Brian says it's not a substantial.
Okay.
They're not allowed.
Yeah, we got time, quick run? Is there time for a quick run, or you gonna go? Everybody else is left.
Electronic messages, please. Then they wouldn't need a variance.
We're having I think I better go now.
That's why they need the variance, isn't it? Well, now, I thought I had to get out, but now I know. I'll have to look up the debt.
It's not that big. You know, what did they do in November to the person? I think she went in back.
That nice kid just got all those kids out because there were supposedly only 2 kids that couldn't drive past 9.
Yes, sir.
This one.
Which front? Oh, so you're parked in the, Sandy, they're in the.
She might know, she's in bath, Sandy.
So what did they decide for the guy on the truck last month?
What's the special use for it?
Right.
Oh, you parked down.
I don't know.
Oh, and that's it.
I know.
Downstairs. Okay. Just now? Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, no.
Don't worry, when you go out now, the cops will be there, no problem.
Don't worry.
Send him in for Betty.
Okay.
Oh, he is, okay.
I already asked him.
Oh.
Listen, we gotta think ahead.
But the setback doesn't have one neighbor against it.
This is like, two of them are the same thing.
Just has to do with
Yeah, you just.
Oh, sorry, Aaron. Let me just, here, let me take a picture. I did that to my poor son last night. He's like,
Oh, you think? Think?
I didn't give you one. Oh, it's dirt off somebody's shoe.
Me?
So, all right. So I'm right. But we've given variance.
What you need.
I know.
Yeah. Oh.
So, that baby is 23, 1 pound, 5 ounces.
Baby, 1 pound, 5 ounces.
And it was born?
It's alive.
That's gonna cost you $1 trillion.
What?
For gas stations only, though, right?
I know. I'm saying.
And it's been charged a lot of
$1 billion.
We're paying.
One of my, one of my.
I don't know.
Happy New Year.
How you been?
Got a different job.
Good. Yeah.
Jim, before you.
Oh, well, maybe they're wrong.
Can I come to, yeah, remember the time you said to me, I don't know.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to try to get this meeting going again, so if people would please take their seats.
I don't think they heard you.
By the way, I've been doing research on my phone this whole time. I've been like.
Please take your seat.
I wouldn't know what they're doing.
There you go.
Okay, I guess we have two people that are on their way, but let's see. Just remind everybody, we're on item number 6, Richard Smith, 71 Marple Road Extension. Okay. Okay, I think we're
Audience participation.
pretty close here. Let's see. I'm waiting for the 2 other members. They have to be here to hear any testimony. Okay, there's one.
The teenagers.
Okay.
He didn't say he wanted it back.
Okay. Yeah, we're waiting. Okay. Okay. Well, and I want to thank all of you for your patience with it's the time of year where all of the public meetings have a number of high school students who are encouraged to come out and see democracy in action. And, I think it's actually a good thing. Okay. I don't.
Go wake her up.
Oh, she went that way. Oh, okay.
I'm gonna give these to Sam. Do you have the thing?
Here she comes, Jim.
Got one of my
She's coming. Oh.
Okay, good. Yeah, thank you.
He's from
Okay.
Old Town.
Okay,
No?
all right, resuming the public hearing on item number 6. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to address that? Okay, yes, sir, please.
Okay.
My name is Dan Kovar.
Mr. Kovar, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to laws of the state of New York.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I just want to say that I live directly across the street from Mr. Smith. His driveway is directly across from my parents' property. And I'm out at between 4 and 5:30 when Mr. Smith does leave in the morning. I'm walking my dog. He doesn't like to sleep, so I'm up at that moment with him. And there's no ladders clanking because Mr. Smith followed DOT regulations where you have to strap down ladders. You cannot have loose equipment on the vehicle. And he also does not floor it up the road because he likes to make sure that the neighbors don't wake up, as why he turns his back off alarm off. And he has a V10 in his truck, which doesn't take much power at all to power it up the road because he's already on pretty much the crest of the hill. So we have no problems with waking anybody up. And when I'm inside, I don't even hear anything at all from him leaving.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Does anyone else wish to address this? Yes, sir.
Mike Kovar. I live at 80 Marple Road Extension.
Did you testify last? Oh, it's a
This is
different
different case,
application,
yes.
okay. Mr. Kovar, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help
I
you
do,
God?
yes.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to laws of the state of New York.
I just want to state that Mr. Smith has had a truck. I live across the street from him for 20 years. It's never been a problem. We don't hear it. And if we are up here under oath, maybe some of you people should look at the validity of what Mr. St. Angel is saying and see how much truth is in that. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Okay.
One question. Have you had any issue with parking or movement of vehicles in and out? Has it become a...
From Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Not at all. I've had more from Mr. St. Angel when he parks and blocks the road to film the traffic on the road. It makes it very hard to see on a hill to get over the hill, yes. But not from Mr. Smith. He's not there more than 2 minutes, if that. I mean, if you don't back out of your street to move another car out of your driveway for a minute and pull it in, I mean, it's not there for any length of time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Mary Jane Smith, and I'm Richard's mother, wife. I'm very upset tonight. I'm
Ms.
upset.
Smith, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so
Yes,
help
I
you
do.
God?
Yes, I
Please
do.
be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to laws of the state of New York.
Okay. I think you heard a little outburst a little bit back then. I want to clarify that. My husband is a Vietnam veteran. He was in combat and in special forces, and for many years he's dealt with post-traumatic stress. And just recently, he's got acknowledgement for 60% disability. That's why he has a dog with him, because he has stress, okay?
Okay.
So any tax exemption that he gets, he deserves. And it is of no concern of this person over here.
Okay.
Just make that clear.
Ma'am, I think we've
I
already
know,
clarified
but you know
that.
what? That really got me going.
Okay.
And I'm
okay.
very sorry.
Okay, and,
You know, we all are human beings and
Yeah.
we'd have feelings.
yeah, what we're voting on is
I know that.
the application.
It's all the same
Okay.
package, okay? I'm going to read what I wrote. I've been doing this all week trying to get it straight and shortening it up for you. But I'm going to say what I want to say. My husband works hard for a living and needs his truck to do so. He does not make excessive noise with his truck, nor does he do a lot of loading and unloading. And that's nice, because then he's not cluttering his ladders and tools all over. He's a very organized man, and that's just the way he's been all his life. He likes to have all his stuff in place, so when he's ready to go, he's ready to go. And he works at Adams, and he has to work at the Poughkeepsie store, the Newburgh store, the Kingston store, and the New Wappinger store. So he can't keep coming home, which would be more problems, to unload and load and unload his tools. So that's why he likes everything on board. Okay? I'm so upset. He is gone all day and parks it at home after work and while he sleeps. And as you know, he got a petition for 28 people on our street that says there's nothing to complain about. We are good residents of Marple Road Extension and of the town of Poughkeepsie. We also pay our taxes, and probably more than he does, because I know my property is probably worth more than his. We don't bother anybody. I have lived on Marble Road Extension all my life because I live next door in my parents' home. So I've lived longer there than Mr. St. Angel. And in all that time, I have never witnessed such scrutiny that our neighborhood has been having about trucks and everything else on our street. And it's all because of one person. I don't get it. Now I'm going to talk about vehicles. Regarding vehicles in our neighborhood, I ask myself, why parking a truck in your own driveway is such a big problem when there has been more important issues regarding vehicles? I bring attention to the fact that Mr. St. Angel parked one of his vehicles out on the road for about 3 months in a row, both day and night. This took place the end of last August until November. This was right on the crest of a hill. On this vehicle was a sign about 3 feet square addressing drivers, something about videotaping them.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yeah.
This was a complete distraction for drivers.
I think this is not relevant to the case.
It does have something to do because we're talking about my husband pulling out to shift cars around. This was a 3-month issue. Okay? I want to say people had to swerve around that vehicle and almost have a hit and run on the other side. That's wrong.
That is irrelevant to the case.
Well, I have pictures. Do you want to see them?
No.
Because I brought them.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Now, if you have something further to say about the parking of your husband's truck.
My husband's not doing anything wrong except making a living.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Hi, Audrey. Hi.
Evening.
Good evening. Your name?
Fred Duncan.
Mr. Duncan, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
I'll just make this short and sweet. I live in Marple Road Extension. I live to the right of the Smiths. And I never hear the man's truck go out day or night. I've been here before for the same purpose. I'm just going to say one thing in reference to this. First, it was our pets. Now it's our trucks. It seems like a personal vendetta. I'm hoping the board notices this pattern. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other? Yes, sir.
My name is Charles Evans. I live on 69 Marple Road Extension.
Mr. Evans, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Mm-hmm. I live on 69 Marple Road Extension, which is right alongside Mr. Smith. So if anybody would notice anything that would be bothersome, it would be me, and I don't. He has had trucks for years there without any complaints until this year. I think the numbers of the signatures that he's got compared to the one complaint, speaks for itself. There's no noise, there's no, when he backs out, he goes very early in the morning. I don't see anything to complain about. And some of the things that Mr. St. Angel said was just not true. And he's doing it under oath. I think what we got here is just much to do about nothing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else? Okay, if not, is there a motion to close?
So moved.
Oh, yes.
I'm Andre Promnix. I live at 8 Adels Court, down the street from Rich Smith.
Mr. Promnus, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Thank you. I live down the street from Mr. Smith, as I said earlier. Mr. Smith is a skilled craftsman, a hard worker, a quiet and decent neighbor. I'm proud to have him for a neighbor. I don't think he should be penalized for making a living. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? All right. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Recusals? Okay. Brings us to item number 7. I think you're back up and you've already been sworn in. According to the application, you live at 8 Alice Court and you're seeking a special use permit to allow a commercial vehicle to be parked in the residential zone.
That's correct. And if I may I pass out some photos of the street view of my lot? And I
Sure.
think it would help the board visualize.
I can share hers.
Okay, are these all the same?
These are all.
Oh, okay, okay. So I guess put one of those in the dossier.
Thank you.
Okay. So Phyllis, any questions?
I have no questions.
Betty?
I have no question.
Art?
Yeah, do you always park it pretty much, do you park pretty much in the same spot every time? Or you, as reasonable?
I park it in the same side. I'm kind of compulsive that way.
Because we noticed coming down, you can't even see that truck coming down the road.
No, you can't.
So you always have it back off the road.
Absolutely.
Along that side tree line.
That's a widest spot in the driveway where we can get around it the best. It's also fairly close to the garage, so I can put my tools into it.
Okay, so you don't move it out of the way in order to bring the other car in or out, you go around it?
No, as the board members who were there on Sunday saw it, the way it's parked is the truck is parked and the car is parked in front of the truck.
In front of the truck.
So that I can go about my business with the car.
Okay, that's all, thank you.
Okay, and typically you take the truck out in the morning and come back in the evening?
Well, I like to come home for lunch. I live with my aged mother because my business really is on a shoestring. And she likes to cook a meal every day. And being in her 80s, she likes to cook the meal as early as possible so she can take her time in the afternoon cleaning up afterwards. So I do try to make time to come home for lunch.
Okay, but otherwise,
that's about it.
It's used for business purposes. It's used during regular business hours, and then
that's correct.
Is okay. Okay. Paul?
No questions.
Anthony?
No questions.
And what is the lettering on the truck?
The lettering on the truck is Earth Cycle. I can explain that. That's I think it's kind of neat. Earth Cycle is the name of my business. Before I went into the gardening business, I worked for a law firm, on Park Avenue in Manhattan, a job I hated. I wanted to be outside gardening, basically. So 17 years ago, I quit that job and I started my little gardening business. However, while I was working in New York, the fantasy was that I would have a composting operation, which would be called Earth Cycle, to signify composting. When it came time to file a DBA, when I wanted to buy a truck, I had to look for a name for a business, and I remembered the old fantasy name of Earth Cycle, which I thought was still pretty cool, and I had already fantasized up a logo for it. So, hence the name of the business, Earth Cycle.
Okay.
But when we were out there, I couldn't see the lettering on the truck. We were in the car, and we saw where the truck was parked. And that's you. And you said that's where you usually park the truck.
Always.
Yeah.
There are probably dents in that soft driveway where it's parked.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, we had a hard time finding it. It was, okay, so.
Okay, thank you.
If no other questions from the board, is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address this application? Okay, yes, sir.
And I'm Mr. St. Angel. I'm already sworn in.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I want to submit to the board his business and the photographs of his truck and his business that he contracts from his house in support of my testimony. I'm under oath. I don't know this gentleman. I just watch him go by. I'm inflicted with COPD and I have to sit outside. He has a diesel 5-ton dump truck that goes up and down in front of my house 6 to 10 times every day, 6 days a week. And on the 7th day, 3 to 4 times a day. He pulls trailers with lawn equipment on it. There's photographs of it. Goes back and forth in front of my house, dropping debris on the road. See, here we go from you're going to allow this from the audience?
Please.
Well, please.
Please.
There's photographs supporting him going up and down in front of my house, showing the different ways he does it. He does it 6 to 10 times a day. If you can call him up here and see if he lies about that. Now, I have it on camera. I have video of these trucks going up and down in front of my house 6 to 10 times every day. His truck. Now, when he goes up 6 times, that's 12 trips with diesel fuel, and I can't breathe. I have to go back in and use a breathalyzer to gain my breath again. He has a diesel truck that emits a lot of fume. That's all I got to say. He's doing business from his house. There's evidence there where he advertises his business from his house, and that's where his main operation is, from his house. You can't do business on this street. You can't do business from it.
Taking children.
Here we go.
That's kind of sick.
Ma'am, be quiet, please.
You can't do business on this street. This is an R20. It's not a business district. That's all I have to say.
All right, is there anyone else? Yes, sir, in front.
Oh, man.
I am William Sagan. I live 7 Alice Court.
Mr. Sega, is that correct?
Sagan, S-A-G-A-N.
Oh, Sagan. Do you
Sagan,
swear to tell?
Carl Sagan.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
I'm sorry my language is not so good, but I live almost 40 years on 7 Alice Court. And he got, this truck. I don't see any problem. Maybe once a month when he clinic, he got this truck outside on the road. In other words, he parking all time on his driveway. And I hear somebody said he go 5-6 times a day. It's not true. I am staying home when he go 2 times. That's it. Sometimes he go for lunch and go back. That's what I like to say.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Sue Wood. I live next to Andre.
Ms. Wood, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to laws of the state of New York.
I just want to ask the board to please consider seriously about letting Andre have his special use permit. I am a direct neighbor of his. My house borders his driveway. My bedrooms are on that same side. It does not bother me in the least. And I'm usually an early riser, but on occasion I slip up and I miss when Andre goes to work. But some days I get up and I look out the window and say, oh my God, he's gone already. And he is very good about just going to work. He does come home for lunch on occasion that I know of, and then he goes to work and he works extremely long, back-breaking hours, and I can say that because I was in the business for 10 to 20 years, and I know how hard it is to make a living at that. And if you take away his use of truck, you will destroy his happiness and his way to make a living. So please consider this and let him use this truck because he needs it. And as he mentioned, I can testify to when he worked in the city and when he took that train down to New York City every single day, he was the most unhappy person that I'd ever known. And I thought I had that beat by a mile. And he outdid me. And since he has taken over the gardening business, he is the happiest person I've ever seen. And he would be extremely ruined if he is not allowed to have this truck on his property. It does not make a lot of noise. It doesn't stink. I can tell you what stinks. It's the moving company down the road. When I have COPD and emphysema, and I have trouble with the trucks down at the moving company. Sometimes when they're all going around and around, it sounds like they're having truck races around my house. And I can't breathe from their exhausts. Andre's truck is not a problem. So please consider letting him have this chance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, in the back.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Rutel Ronis. I'm Andre's neighbor on the other side.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
I am Andre's direct neighbor on the other side, and the truck does not make noise. It does not. It's always parked. My property is a little higher than his. When the trees and the bushes have leaves, you don't even see it. Now that the trees have missed their leaves, his truck, I can vouch for it. It is parked in the exact, I swear, exact inch to the inch in the same spot. And he is not going back and forth umpteen 1,000 times a day or whatever. He goes to work, he comes home for lunch, and he leaves again. And there is no problem with any smells or noise or anything else. So
Okay, thank you.
I'm hoping that the board will give him the variance that he's requesting. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Fred Duncan, again. I don't really know Andre, actually, but he is my neighbor. We've never spoken, but he does wave. His truck will have to pass my house every day to get up the road and down the road. I've never smelled it. I've never seen debris come off it. So far as I'm concerned, that truck is not a nuisance to that neighborhood in no sense of the word. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Dan Coer again.
We're still the same.
Still the same person. I just want to say that Andre's truck, he does drive a newer truck, so that the emissions, he has all the DPF filters and proper filtration, that the exhaust coming out of it, he couldn't even put black smoke out or anything like that that would harm COPD people. That's why she has no issues with it at all. And he also, when he goes and comes, he doesn't really drive more than about 12 to 15 miles an hour because he doesn't want the turbo to kick in and make it too loud for people. I don't think I've ever seen him go more than 18 miles an hour up or down the road. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yes, sir.
Which one?
I guess, sir.
Got
Well,
it lined
what did you say? No, that's, yeah, go ahead.
My name is Dick Smith. I've been here before. I really didn't meet Andre. I'd seen him go up and down the street, and that was it. Just this quiet, clean truck. And then eventually we started talking, and he was, even though he's down the street from me, he would be what I would consider like a perfect neighbor. Comes in, parked his vehicle, and that's it. And same when he leaves. I've never seen anything fall off the truck. It's always washed clean. Much cleaner than mine, in fact. And I give him a lot of credit for leaving the city to taking a job that he likes. That's all.
Okay, thank you. And yes, sir.
Mike Kovar again. My son really stole my thunder, but Andrew's truck is so new. It is a diesel. The emissions are so good on him today. It does not give off the emissions like the older ones. You don't smell it. He doesn't go up the street 6 or 7 times a day. So I would hope you would give him his permit also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to say one more thing if I could.
Okay, just, I want to make sure that we have heard from anybody new that wants to add before we go back and is there? Oh, okay. All right, yes. Yeah.
I want to add to the statement. I'm Ken, the St. Angel. Everybody who's testifying that they haven't seen him go up and down the road, they're all at work. I'm the only man that sits out there all day long. People work.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Can I talk?
Yes, no interruptions, please.
Everybody works 5 days a week during the time that this man is going up and down the road. Here we go again. You see, I can't talk. I'm sitting outside watching it, and I do not work. They all are at work from their 8 o'clock in the morning to 5. They don't see this. So how could they testify to this? And besides, I'm here saying he's doing business from his home, which is not allowable. That's all I have to say.
What do you do for a living?
Okay. All right, wait, just one, we're going to do this the right way here. Okay, yes. Yes.
This is getting tiring. All right, here we go. I am a retired person. I don't work either. So I live right across the street from Mr. St. Angel, so I see everything he sees. I walk my dog all the time. I'm out in the front yard. I hardly ever see this man. I don't know Andre either. Just learning about him tonight seems like he's a very nice man who wouldn't want to do anything like that, put stuff on the road and that, and you don't think I would see that? Anyway, I see whatever he sees, and I'm telling you, I don't see what he sees. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Ronis again. I'm retired, and I have been for the last 7 years. I hardly ever leave the house, so I can vouch that what I said was the truth, and what everyone else is saying on this side of the room is the truth.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
One more. That's one.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of repetition here that probably we don't need.
Sadly, the next thing is,
Okay. Yes, sir.
I'm just going to repeat what everybody else said. This man here, under oath, does not tell the truth. This man does not go up and down 12 times a day or whatever it is. He just doesn't. And that's just the way it is.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there's no other, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Recusals? Okay. Item number 8, Michael Joyce, 43 Point Street in New Hamburg. And I know you're not Michael Joyce.
No, Alfred Capelli, architect.
Okay.
Close.
Mr.
Yeah, go.
Mr. Capelli, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Okay, and so you're seeking a side yard variance?
That's correct.
Okay, and just briefly, what is the project?
Project is adding a small powder room, enlarging the kitchen slightly, taking the existing mud room at the rear of the house and converting it into a small little dining area. I believe as part of your package, there's a little drawing as to what exists currently and what is being proposed. On the south side where the addition is going, there seems to be a little recess. And we tucked the addition, a very small addition, in that recess. And the existing house, fortunately or unfortunately, is only 4 feet from the property line. But we've stepped back our addition, so we're 5 feet, even though we need 20 feet. And we know down in New Hamburg, the situation that we're dealing with.
Okay, yeah. We have a representative of New Hamburg, and she reminds us
I live on Point Street.
regularly that that's a special place. Okay, so Carmen, do you want to start with the question?
I have no questions.
Anthony?
No questions.
No questions.
I don't either.
No questions.
All right, Betty?
I have no questions.
Phyllis?
Well, I'll ask a question. Will you be matching the siding to the addition
Yes.
so that the entire home will wind up being resided?
That's the plan right now. Yes, we'd like to. If it's in the budget, to reside, yes, the whole house.
Okay.
No further questions.
Yeah, sure. I was just going to say, is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address this? But, okay.
Hi, Andre Promnix at 8 Alice Court. This is somewhat of a surprise even for me, seeing Michael Joyce's name on the agenda, because Michael Joyce and his wife are customers. They're avid gardeners, and we know that the lots in New Hamburg are tiny. And from the fact that they're avid gardeners, they value living in New Hamburg. They're going to do everything they possibly can do to create the smallest possible impact that they can. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
My name is James Finnegan, 9 Division Street, New Hamburg.
Mr. Finnegan, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Okay, well, my only concern is that I just got this notice 2 days ago, and I have not had a chance to talk to Michael and Carolyn, so I do not know what their addition looks like. I know they had planned something a couple years ago, then they canceled it. So I want to make sure that it doesn't block my river view. So I have a view of over the yacht club and Mary Lou Letters' house, and I just want to make sure that their addition does not block my view.
I can show you right now, if I can take the liberty. So this is the existing house. There's Point Street, Division Street, the front of the house, the porch, the kitchen, their side entrance. Basically, what we're doing is just filling in part of right now. That's all we're doing.
Okay, it looks good to me so far.
Yeah, it's a one-story addition.
One-story addition, that's correct.
So it would just block the view of the house to the side of it.
But they're looking at the side of the existing house anyway.
I don't, it's not the river view, that's the.
Right, it's not.
I won't be able to see the back of the church. That's it. So I just want to make sure that I kept my river view.
Okay, okay, thank you. All right, anyone else on item number 8? Any from the board? If not, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Recusals? Thank you very much. Item number 9, Carl and Audrey Linick, 127 Van Wagner Road. Okay.
This is not Carl. I'm Audrey Linick, and I'm Susan Linick, daughter.
Okay, Ms. Linick and Ms. Linick, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah, I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Okay.
Okay, you're here for a variance to allow a fence in the front yard of your house, so.
That's the term, yes. Which we were surprised when we got the letter from the board saying that we were in violation. And that, well, I didn't know that such a thing existed, first of all. But had I known that there was a restriction on a fence on the front yard, I wouldn't have thought that it applied to our fence, because we've never.
No one's ever called that the front yard. If you look on the map that I drew out that map, hopefully it's adequate. You have to. The way that our house is positioned and the fact that Van Wagner Road curves, whenever we've had small children at the house, whether like nieces or nephews, if we're telling them where to play and we say play in the backyard, we don't want them in the front yard because that's accessible to, like, that's what the road sees, is the side of our house. And that part of the house, if you have someone coming in for a delivery or someone with an inquiry or petition or something like that, they would come to the front door, and if not, they would walk on the driveway to the back door. They would never go to the part of the property that we were trying to create as a private area, which used to be actually a private area, but as foliage has decreased and things like that, and actually as not only road traffic has increased, but pedestrian traffic has increased, it becomes an area that I garden a lot. Anybody who's on that road a lot would see that the part that I consider to be front, I like to keep it nice for the neighborhood. I put things out there that I'm really not going to see, but the people who are driving by will see. So there were aesthetic values that I took into consideration for not only our, how we were perceiving it. When I read through why these variances come into play, issues of whether or not cars are impeded, I'm sure the people who came to visit would have seen that there is nothing on the traffic you can't see. And in fact, we put the fence up in May, I believe. I was trying to get it up before my parents, it was their 50th anniversary. I was trying to get it up so that we could have like a little gathering and not feel like we're on display, because it really does feel that way. There's no place on the property because it's on an incline. The only neighbor that we can see, we have a lot of forest, and the only neighbor we can see, if we were to put a fence with what would be considered not the front yard, that would actually be more of an eyesore, and you wouldn't be able to, it wouldn't be effective anyway, because once you walk further on the property, you're visible again. I don't know if that makes sense, but because of the incline, you're suddenly like, "Hey, road, how are you?" So I hope you can see that we weren't trying to, we weren't aware of it. We wouldn't have thought it was shocking to think of that as the front yard. So anyway.
Okay, Phyllis, any questions? Betty?
Well, and I almost, when I went there, I said to myself, I couldn't see what function that fence really served. Aside from that, perhaps you don't see the cars going down Van Wagner Road, because it has no back to it, it has no side to it, it's just in front.
When you're walking on the road, you'd have to be walking back and forth, but when you're walking on that road, if I'm in the backyard, now I'm in a private area. People walking back and forth before, it was literally like I couldn't.
Like you're on stage.
You're on stage because it's an elevated area and there's nothing to prevent people from seeing you. I can't enjoy the space. I can't sit out in the yard and say like, oh great, look at these birds, because I'm constantly, there are people right there. So you'd have to, if it were the summertime, I'd say, come over in the summertime and hang out with me, and you'll find out if that were
comfortable.
Yeah, I was going to say it's kind of hard to know because with the fence there, you'd see that it is comfortable. It's a drastic difference for me on a personal level, and for anybody. Like I said, having the gathering there, it would not have felt the same way. So we did keep that area the way that it is. I know you're probably thinking, why isn't there a door there? But that really is just to make it easier to put like a wheelbarrow through or to walk through with, like, when I'm gardening and things like that.
You put that up in May, you said?
Yeah.
In May. And how long have you had that house?
50 years.
50 years.
Yeah. We've wanted to put it up for a while, but fences are expensive and it's really not easy to achieve. So, they may not be expensive for other
It
people.
does make a big difference. But again, we'd never considered that the front lawn, which I still, it's hard for me to consider it that way. But because the access to the house, there's no blockage there, and it doesn't.
I didn't want to go there, but I can't sunbathe at all if there's no fence there, quite frankly, because it's really just not. I'm not trying to be on show and on display if I'm in the backyard in the summertime. And particularly gardening, you don't want to think about if you're in an awkward position while you're gardening, you know what I mean? Or seriously, and that happens all the time. And that's in an elevated area. You're just going for the gusto when you're gardening. So it's it's not. I do have cars that are hey, that's really uncomfortable.
Have you not considered foliage of some kind, or?
I have. First of all, it takes a long time to grow. It's much more expensive, and the fact that you can't know whether or not deer or disease will, your investment without knowing whether there's going to be a return is really not so great. We have a herd of deer that live on the property, and as much as you want to look at the deer don't eat this, anyone who's been around enough deer find out that they eat even things that are considered poisonous sometimes. So you can't really know that,
Yeah.
So if we were rich, I would totally be putting, are you kidding? I would have tried probably every single type of evergreen there is. I love evergreen, so.
And you don't think a 3.5-foot fence would do that for you?
No, I've examined it. Again, it was a considerable investment for us. I stood at various points on the property because there are so many different inclines. There's it keeps going up and up and up. And also as you walk closer to our mailbox, it evens out. So you are, where the mailbox is by the front door is lowest to the ground, almost equal. And then it keeps going further down and there's a greater area of hill there. So you did have to I was looking at it going, yeah, but if it's not this high here, then once I get to here, it's again, hi, how you doing? So, and it's really only to cover, it doesn't mean the rest of it. We have nearly an acre of property and you really can't even find any area where you're not on display. So that makes it difficult. I was just trying to find one place to be able to sit outside with just the birds, That's.
If we were to grant this, would you be open to plant some foliage in front of the fence?
Not open to it. I
So that
plant
it wouldn't-
I always look at everything that way. It's an ongoing, yeah.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay. Art?
No questions.
Okay. Paul?
Who installed the fence?
My brother-in-law.
Is that a professional?
Yeah, he does. He does just about everything. He and my sister travel a lot, so they met at a Renaissance fair. He's a builder, so.
Okay. That's it.
Okay. Anthony?
So in the long term, you foresee more plantings in front of the
Yeah, I
installed
mean,
fence?
if on the corner there's a little bit of the periwinkle myrtle, I wanted to be able to extend that all the way down and then find some appropriate plants that don't need, because it's in front, that are low level of care, that don't really require a lot of care. But again, I can't emphasize how much I'm into aesthetics and how much I want everything to look nice. I was actually frustrated because the county cut down all of that. I was trying to get the ditch in front of our road to have not weeds growing, so I put all these hosta and different things, and when they came by with the thing to cut it down, they leveled out my hosta that were just about to bloom. So I was pretty frustrated with that. So I'm always thinking about how things look, even though that's just something we drive back and forth. I can't hang out by the ditch in the front road because it is, again, such a public area. But I still try to make it into a beautiful area for people who walk by, because as much as I may not want to say hello to them all the time, I actually like walking by on a road and seeing, like, oh, look at this little magical garden that fairies might be living in. So
You have some small trees that have to be taken down. That when I talked to the guy who had done our trees before, and he doesn't like working on the road near the line.
yeah, because we have the power lines all there, so that's very
Yeah, so it's
difficult
like,
too, for finding the appropriate
you know,
plant to.
you talk to the telephone company and they tell you one thing, you talk to the electric company, they tell you something else. And so it's.
Okay. So if there's a long-term planting plan here, is it a 3-year thing you're looking at? Maybe to accomplish what you're
Probably
looking to do?
because things take time to grow, you know what I mean? So you can't, unless you, again, if you have like all the money, then you can always just throw down instantly. I see people do it all the time, and I'm envious. But yeah, probably 3 years.
So there's like some of the grasses that kind of grow quickly, and then you could get rid of them, or, I mean, any
Oh,
idea about
myrtle,
doing-
much more effective than grass.
Right, the
yeah.
tall ones, yeah. All right.
Yeah.
You have it under control.
How tall did you want it to, you wanted to cover the fence?
Is that what you want? Yeah, I don't know what you're asking. Like, do you just want it to look like a nice accent? Because that's what I was thinking. You don't want it to be like completely. I will say this also. No one seemed to notice it until November, and all my thought was the foliage that we have thus far had already kind of made it into that kind of an area where you really didn't even, you know, the only person who was noticing it was those of us who were enjoying the backyard suddenly.
Right. Well, the foliage softens the fence.
Yes.
Too, and it just looks better.
Yes.
But usually I'm really opposed to the 6-foot fences, but I do have to say the way it is set back.
And there's the rock wall in front of it is always really pretty too. So
also, it's a natural wood. It
Yes.
looks natural, and I do appreciate that. But I would encourage you to do plantings.
Yes. Okay.
Even though it takes a long time. Okay.
Oh, I know that.
Okay.
Gardening is patience.
There, any other questions from the board? Okay, anyone from the audience that wishes to address this? Okay, hearing none. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Recusals? Okay. All right, that brings us to the end of the public hearings. Is there anyone that wants a brief recess?
Actually, I have 2 legal questions I'd like to discuss with our counsel.
Okay, so we'll stand in recess for 5 minutes. Okay. All right, then yes. There's been a request that we go into executive session, so I move that the ZBA move into executive session for purposes of a lawyer-client consultation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, so Okay, will the meeting of the zoning board please come back to order? We've been in executive session for a bit longer than we
They went home.
intended. Thank you for your patience. Okay, we're now in the deliberation phase, and we'll return to the top of the agenda. Item 1, of course, has been adjourned. Let's see,
I think QB Collision has left. I mean, they left.
okay.
Right.
So we'll skip over that. That takes us to items 3 and 4, J. Marshall Weiss, 18 Hornback Road. By the nature of the two items, it makes sense to consider item number 4 first, since that has to do with variances that are needed in order to qualify for the special use permit. So with the board's permission, we'll consider item number 4 first. These are 3 variances. One, to allow keeping animals on a lot of 1.3 acres where 5 acres is required. 2, housing of poultry to be located 80 feet from the rear and side lot lines where 100 feet is required. And the housing of livestock, in this case dwarf goats, to be located 80 feet from the rear and side lot lines where 200 feet is required. This is an unlisted action. So I move that the Town of Poughkeepsie ZBA declare itself lead agency for purposes of environmental review.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I further move that based on the criteria in an EAF short form, the board finds that there will be no significant impact on the environment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, now we can look at the variances. Comments?
I think we're going to have to split this. I know how I'm going to make my decision, and it would be what one would be in the affirmative and one would not. So.
Okay. Well, let's take them in order.
Okay.
How about the first one? A variance to allow the keeping of animals on a lot of 1.3 acres where 5 is required. Okay. I think on this one, I'm okay with that, given the configuration of the lot and so on.
There's a history of the animals being there for a number of years without significant or any real complaints. So I don't think there's a problem with this part.
Okay. Is there a sort of general consensus on that? Okay. All right. Then in this case, then let's turn to 2, and I think, Carmen, I know where you are on this. The housing of poultry. In this case, we're looking at a variance on actually all the sides of 20 feet. The ordinance focuses on the location of the chicken coop, and so that would, to allow that, we'd have to grant this variance. So,
Mr. Chairman,
yeah,
you may recall the chicken coop is on wheels.
Yes.
And is movable. And in fact, I think based on some earlier testimony and my understanding of backyard chicken raising, it's advantageous to move that around. So I don't know that it's not a permanent structure. So I don't know that he actually needs this.
Did you say that it actually needs it?
Correct.
There's nowhere on the property you can put it that it meets the requirements.
But the fact that it's movable, ordinarily you don't need an area variance for a structure that's movable, right? I mean, those sheds, those carports, those tent-like carports that aren't attached to the ground, they don't need variances for those, right?
Okay, but I'm pretty sure that our code treats these as structures in one place. I mean, it's specific.
Call them structures, but it's a movable.
I don't know if that was the intent of the owner to actually move these, even though it has wheels. As it just ended up
Generally move them to protect the.
move the chicken coop.
Yeah.
I missed that if he said that that's what is happening with this.
It's 21051, right?
Yeah.
I think he testified it was advantageous for the chickens to move the coop around.
But I think our code talks about building for live fowl that has to be located at least 100 feet from any property line.
Any building or structure devoted to or intended for the housing of.
Is there under the definition?
It's 100 feet.
100 feet from the property line.
And I'm looking up the definition of building.
A building is any structure detached from.
Which is permanently affixed.
Well, another.
The question is whether a structure is defined as, adaptive structure is defined.
So.
I think it might fall under the ordinary definition of a structure.
Which.
So do you think that is or is not something that's movable?
Static construction, constructed or sold, so structure is defined. So it doesn't fit under either one.
Well, there you have it.
Well, the other way we could do this is to grant a variance for the chicken coop that would allow it to be, say, 70 feet from any property line. And that would allow an area in which it could be moved back and forth, up and down, if need be.
Take the wheels off it.
That's greater than what he's asked for, though, so, right?
Right.
Yes. Okay.
I'm going back to 21051, give me a sec.
We're still on the first part of 4, right?
The second part.
We're on the second part.
Yeah, we're looking at the variance for poultry.
Okay. Because we agreed to allow
The first one.
the first one, the farm animals, in 1.3.
Right.
All right.
I think there's
Well, even if you-
consensus on that.
You could determine that, I mean, if he doesn't need the variance, it wouldn't matter that it's greater than what he's asked for. If your interpretation.
I mean, I kind of like
not-
Jim's, I kind of like that, except for it's greater than what he asked for.
Except that if you're
I don't
saying.
think he needs it, right?
Right, so if then it's, my point is that if you determine that it doesn't fit the definition of building or structure, what you could do is put a condition on his variance that limits where he can have this movable vehicle or movable object that's not a structure or building. And so I think even though it wasn't advertised that way, you could give more, or you could limit it to exactly where he said it was going to be, because under the conditions of the variance, it's a reasonable condition of the variance that it be as far away from the neighbors as possible. So even though it could be a condition of the first variance. So we're looking at 3 variances. So the first variance is the acreage. So to give the acreage variance for the chickens is, you could make that a condition of the variance. So that even if he doesn't need the variance for it.
Okay.
Make it a condition that that's where the coop has to be located.
Okay.
Yeah, like a 30-foot buffer would be fine from the,
I mean, you could even leave it where wherever he said it.
I know, I think it's important to have it movable though, since.
But he didn't say it was important to have it movable. He said he was going to leave it in one place, didn't he? Wasn't that the testimony?
It was
a-
intended
so
to be
sure.
movable, but it's not practical to move the thing, it seems, is what I'm understanding this to be.
I thought he said it was advantageous to the chickens if he moved it around.
That's my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
In the other cases, they have been fixed coop
Correct.
areas.
That's correct.
I'm, and he has located it on this map of where it's going to be.
Okay.
I'm inclined to stick with it the way it is. That it will be 80 feet from these side lot lines. Obviously, if it needs to be, moved a few feet and then, you clean up and then move back, seems to me that's reasonable. But the idea that the location should be specified in our variance. And that this, the fact that there are wheels on it at the moment, it seems to me just accidental.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we have a consensus on that. Okay, on part 3, the housing of livestock, dwarf goats, to be located 80 feet from the rear and side lot lines where 200 feet is required. I sense on the part of the board that there's some misgivings here, and I think I share them. The code is quite clear about making a distinction between poultry and livestock, and livestock are, furthermore, in the definitions, livestock are distinguished from pets, from household pets.
Well, actually, there's a definition for farm animals. There is no definition for livestock.
Okay.
And the statute quite clearly says livestock, but.
I think under the ordinary use of English, livestock and farm animals, livestock would fall under the heading of farm animals. And because the code is so clear on that, requiring 100 feet for poultry and 200 feet for livestock, I think in this case, the variance for the goats constitutes a very substantial variance, and I would just be very careful about granting that. But
I think we did it backwards. I think we should have done the special use permit, would have made the area variances much easier if we got through the special use permit first.
But some of the conditions under the special use permit would have to be granted as part of the variances. Because the special use permit for animals and agricultural purposes has certain conditions. Then I think we need the variances first, but I will defer to.
Are you gonna vote on each one separately?
Each variance separately. Under the criteria for agriculture, including farm animals, it's, one of the criteria is that the board is allowed to vary the requirements set forth under the criteria itself. But under your general criteria for a special use permit, you have to meet the requirements of the code. So it's typically, we have done it in the past where you've done the area variances first so that you can, that particular issue is taken care of.
Yeah,
So that's why.
okay.
So then are we going to vote on each variant?
It'll be 3 separate resolutions.
Okay, that's what I was saying.
On number 4.
All right.
Yes.
Already.
Okay, well, are we ready to proceed with the votes?
Sure.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
I would, just as an adage, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
when you're going through the typical criteria for an area variance, I would add, just looking at the variance, the other criteria, the single criteria from the special use permit, which is that you could reduce the requirements on finding that lesser distances between the buildings and property lines would have no deleterious effect on adjoining properties. So, I mean, that would be whether you think, one other thing, in addition to the other criteria to take into consideration, would granting a variance have a deleterious, I can't speak, effect on adjoining properties?
okay.
And then on the second one, are you not even going to vote on the second variance then? The distance on the chickens?
We're going to vote on all 3, aren't we?
Well, I mean, I thought you stated that you don't think you need the second one.
That's
And
what I
then
think,
you
but
make it a
the
condition
chairman
of the
wants to
first one.
keep the thing where it is anyway, so.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right, but my point was that you can make that a condition of the first variance.
I think that's a
Not a
better,
building
I
or
think that's a better
structure.
idea. I think that's a better idea. Do you agree?
okay.
So you would dismiss, if you were going to do it that way, you would dismiss the second one without prejudice.
Okay, so then what does the first, okay, tell you what, why don't you make the motion?
If you can.
You should have seen that coming.
Yeah, I suppose.
Are you good, Paul? You want?
All right, I'd make a motion that the board approve the request for variance set forth in item number 4.1 to allow the keeping of farm animals on a lot of 1.3 acres where 5 acres is required. Decisions based upon a review of the application, the testimony of the applicant, the testimony offered in the public hearing, results of site visits by the board members, and the staff report.
Second.
Wait, I'm not done.
Yeah.
In approving this variance, the board adopts the findings and the determinations found through 1 through 5 of the staff report.
No, you don't want to do
Can't
that.
You got to go through each one individually.
Yeah, you don't want to do
Okay.
that.
First is whether, want me to go through the questions?
Whether an undesirable change will be reducing the character of the neighborhood. The chickens have been there for a number of years without any real impact, and so I think that that's not a problem. Whether the benefit can be sought by the applicant can be achieved by some other method feasible for the applicant to pursue, other than an area variance, this is the amount of property that he has, so I don't think that applies. The requested area is substantial. I think that's so. However, that's not necessarily a determining factor. It is 1.3 acres in a residential neighborhood. Is substantial, but again, there doesn't seem to have been any impact. Whether the proposed variance will have an adverse effect or impact on the physical or environmental conditions of the neighborhood or district. Again, I think time has shown that there has not been a deleterious impact.
From the chickens.
From the chickens. And whether the alleged difficulty was self-created, it certainly was, but that's not, doesn't necessarily preclude the granting of the area variance. I would add the following conditions: that any structure used to house poultry be
it's not a structure.
any at the chicken coop
there
be at least 80 feet from any side and rear. What?
No.
No?
It has to be a lower number.
Lower number, 20? At least 80 feet from the...
50?
Oh, you want to go for that? Okay, I thought you wanted it in the same place.
I thought we were going to keep it in the same place as if he needed the variance, where he said he was going to put it.
Oh, okay. In that case, it would be 80 feet, yes. Okay,
80 feet from any side lot.
okay.
And rear.
Ever.
Okay.
And the rear lot line too, right?
And rear line, right. So moved.
Okay, and actually, we should add.
And I would also do whatever the distance from the front is.
I don't see a front one.
I don't think that was a problem, but.
Yeah.
It's not a problem, but he could move it
Yeah, see,
front yard and keep it away from that 80. In other words, he could move it to the front yard and it would be 80 feet, more than 80 feet from the rear lot line. It could be 2 feet from the street. Not that I think he's going to do this, but if we're trying to box it in. How about as shown on the drawing?
Because I'd like him to have the ability to move the thing around, at least, if it's at least linear. Let's see, what
Or how about at least 80 feet from the side and the rear and behind the house? Isn't it behind the house?
It is behind the house, yes.
How's that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, and, yeah, it must be to the rear of the house. Okay.
Jim, do we have to limit the number of birds you can have?
Yes.
There's some other criteria that we could.
Yeah, and there's actually several. Okay, so another condition, the maximum number of chickens is 6. Another condition, that the chickens be hens only. 3, that any droppings or waste shall be disposed of in a regular manner to avoid odor. And the maximum size of the allowed coop be 6 feet by 6 feet.
That was the last one. His is 5 feet, 11 and a half inches. I'm sorry, 5 feet by 11 and a half feet.
Are you talking about the?
By 6 that was the criteria used in the last time we did one of
Okay,
these.
so
And that
if
was
we
the size
made
of and it was based on the actual coop. That's
Okay.
His
so
coop is bigger than that, so.
That's what she's.
that's smaller property too, though.
6 by, well, then maybe we should just delete the maximum size of the coop.
Oh, that's whatever you want to do.
Okay.
Or you
So-
could just make it limited to the size that his coop is, which is what you did in the last case. And that was on a smaller piece of property, so it was a smaller coop.
Okay, so the coop is, what?
5 feet by 11 and a half feet.
So let's just say 6 by 12 is the maximum size.
There you go. It's a lot of space for 3
Okay.
chickens.
Okay, so we have a whole series of conditions. Okay. All right, any questions, further discussion?
Want a condition on the ownership?
Yeah, okay, all in favor?
Wait.
Wait,
An
wait.
additional condition is that this variance expires upon the sale of the property.
Based on the fact that this particular, I mean, the record for that is that this individual has shown that he can maintain chickens on the property without causing a nuisance to the neighbors.
Right,
That's good.
right, okay. Okay, now are we ready? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No second.
Paul made the motion.
I second.
Okay, so Anthony will second that, okay. All right, so is everybody in favor?
That's on just number 1, right?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, any opposed? Recusals? Okay, so item 1 is, or part 1 of item 4 is approved.
Right.
Subject to the conditions. Okay, so that means item 2 now is unnecessary.
Right, so you would move to dismiss it without prejudice.
I
I would say without
move that
prejudice.
we dismiss part 2 of item number 4 without prejudice.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Now, item number 3, the variance to allow the housing of livestock 80 feet from the rear and side lot lines where 200 feet is required. Okay. Let's see. I guess the way to do this is just to make the motion and then we can discuss or vote. Okay, so I move that the board approve the request for variance set forth in item number 4, part 3. This decision is based on a review of the application, the testimony of the applicant, testimony offered in the public hearing, the result of site visits by board members and the staff report. In approving this, well, actually, no. Approving this variance, the board adopts as findings the determinations found in items 1 through 5 of the staff report.
So I don't think you can do 1 through 5 on this.
Okay, so.
And this is, I mean.
Okay, I guess I need an opinion from the attorney. Do we want to cast this in a positive or negative?
It's however you want to do it. I mean, if you need to put in the reasons under the 5 criteria why you're going to grant it or not grant it. So if you feel that these reasons are more strongly opposed to it, then it's probably better to cast it in the negative.
Okay. All right. So let me modify the motion. I move that the board deny the request for a variance as set forth in item number 4, part 3. Again, this decision is based on review of the application, testimony of the applicant, testimony offered in the public hearing, the result of site visits by board members, and the staff report. And here the staff report.
Now you can use it, right.
It suggests that the criteria for decision is the benefit to the applicant as weighed against the detriment to the health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood. Part 1 will whether an undesirable change be produced in the character of the neighborhood or a detriment created by the granting. I think here we've had such mixed testimony that at least there's some reason to question whether this is not going to be a detriment. Certainly, I think it's reasonable to suggest that the addition of goats is a greater step than simply the chickens. And just a number of questions have been raised that makes it unclear. The other is the weighing of the benefit to the applicant versus the impact on the neighborhood. And I think here one can make an argument for chickens. They produce eggs, they produce meat. There are a number of other benefits. In this case, the testimony suggested that the goats are primarily pets, and so one can argue whether that the benefit to the applicant really is so great that it outweighs some of the concerns about the neighborhood.
Could you be a little more specific about what concerns you're addressing?
I think questions about noise, odors.
I think that the veterinarian that testified about what those noises and odors are, and I can tell you that, I don't know if you know this, but I have a degree in agriculture, and so I'm familiar with dwarf goats, and although they are not one of my favorite animals, and I do suffer from a bias against goats, I don't see how they're any more problematic than a dog. I think that they produce less waste. They're certainly quieter. And so the concerns that the neighbors had that they voiced based upon their impressions or fears, I don't think are supported by facts.
That may well be the case, but the argument is that the addition of goats changes the character of the neighborhood. That these are viewed by many as kind of farm livestock, not as pets. And that is a change.
I'll agree that there's a change But what's a negative about it?
I'm not sure that you have to prove, and in any case, it would be difficult to prove a future an outcome. I think it's enough to suggest that there are reasonable possibilities, and that the zoning code, as I said before, makes, I think, an important distinction here. Now, maybe the code ought to be changed. Maybe we should rethink the definition of what constitutes a pet. I have no argument with that. But that's a job for the town board, not for us. We have the code in front of us. We have to apply it in a reasonable way. I think in the case of the chickens, we're being reasonable. I think in the case of the goats, saying that's pushing it, I think that is reasonable. So, okay, let me finish the other criteria and we can continue our debate if you wish. Whether the benefit sought by the applicant can be achieved by some other method, in this case, probably not.
Llamas.
Yeah, other animals, or as somebody pointed out, the goats may be kept in another location. Whether the requested area variance is substantial, I would say clearly it is substantial. The code says 200 feet. We would have at most 80 feet. Whether the proposed variance will have an adverse effect or impact on the physical and environmental conditions. Here, perhaps there's room for debate, but certainly the testimony suggested that there might be adverse effects. 5, whether the alleged difficulty was self-created. In this case, clearly it is self-created. Okay, so I have moved, therefore, that the board deny the request in part 3 of item number 4.
Second.
Okay, so a yes vote is a vote to deny. Okay, all right. Questions?
Will there be any more? Okay. All right. One of the issues you brought up was that there was some other way to do it. You could have it at a different location.
Right.
It's not in my backyard thinking that. You've described these, and the applicant has described these as pets, and to leave him at his business doesn't seem to me to be reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, possibly that is the motivation. But we're not in the business of guessing people's motives. Somebody pointed out that Mr. Weiss has another location that in fact has greater area that might be more appropriate. I think that's a reasonable observation.
It may be a reasonable observation, but it doesn't. I don't think it addresses the issue.
Well, can we vote on it?
Okay. All right. Okay. So, once again, a yes vote is a vote to deny.
Do you want to do roll call?
Yeah, probably we should.
Roll call.
Okay.
Phyllis?
No.
You want him to have to go?
Nay.
Yes.
I think he's done all right with the chickens.
Or
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Nay.
Lonnie?
Nay.
And
Yes.
5, 4. No.
4 yeses and 3 nays?
Okay. So the variance is not approved. Okay. All right, so that's item 4. So now we have item 3, a special use permit to allow the keeping of farm animals in a residential zone. Okay, this also is an unlisted action. I move that for purposes of environmental review, the Zoning Board of Appeals declare itself lead agents.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Recusals. I further move that based on the criteria in an EAF short form, that the board finds that the proposed action will have no significant impact on the environment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. All right, so here we need to work our way through the criteria for a special use permit. Okay. All right, now okay, so I move to approve the request for a special use permit set forth in item number 3. This decision is based on the review of the application, the testimony of the applicant, testimony gathered during the public hearing, results of site visit by board members, and the staff report. In approving this request for a special use permit, the board adopts as findings the following. Let's see. The general criteria set forth in section 149A, that there should be no detrimental effect by the establishment of such a use. I think this has been shown by the keeping of the chickens at this location for several years without any undue effect. That such use will be in harmony with the orderly development of the district, will not discourage the appropriate development, the use of adjacent lands. I think that's been clearly shown in the testimony. That all structures, equipment, and materials shall be reasonably accessible for fire and police protection. That is satisfied. That the use meets the prescribed requirements for the district in which located, including minimum and yard requirements for the district, and as specified, including maximum height, required parking, and sign regulations. I think the only issue was the side yard requirements, and we've taken care of that in the area variance. We're required to take into consideration a number of specific criteria. Noise, the chickens are very quiet. Discharge of water, there's no discharge of water. Traffic access, this doesn't apply. Parking doesn't apply. Circulation doesn't apply. Landscape and screening, I think these have been taken care of by the location of the coop behind the house. Character and appearance, again, this is testimony has suggested that the keeping the chickens is not been a problem. Historic and natural resources, this doesn't apply. Sewage treatment and water supply does not apply. Size and scale, I think the testimony has shown that the proposed uses would not raise any issues there. The location and height of buildings, and this has been addressed in the area variance. And finally, additional safeguards and conditions. The board may oppose any additional conditions and safeguards. And here, I think I would add as a condition that that this special use permit become null and void upon the sale of the property. And the reason for that is that the current owner has clearly shown a willingness and ability to maintain the chickens on this property. And so we don't have any concerns, but should a new owner take over, we would want the new owner to come and apply for a new use permit. So move.
Are we putting limitations? I thought we were,
6 birds. This is only for chickens. The
Well,
maximum
we
6.
have not said that, so.
Well, given the area variance, which was just for chickens.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Other people may not. And I'm saying, should we put patients
I mean,
on?
we can add an explicit condition that says that,
Did you do the same, I would do the same, didn't you just do the same conditions you did on the area variance? I would do the same conditions that you did on the area variance.
okay, so that,
Oh, he did the last one, that's why I thought he did all.
okay,
When you say allowing the keeping of farm animals, are you
okay, so then,
limiting
Both the chickens
the type of
and
animals?
the goats are farm animals.
Exactly.
According to what I would like to do is separate it out, because I think that the chickens, first of all, because of the experience, are far less an impact than the goats. And I see Paul rearing up his.
Well, they can't have the goats because they don't have the area variance for the goats, but I think it makes sense to do the same conditions that you did on
Okay.
the area variance.
so condition 1 is that
Particularly given the fact that
the livestock approved under this special use permit be limited to
not
chickens.
livestock, farm animals.
Farm animals, okay. That the chickens, the maximum number of chickens shall be 6. There shall be hens only. Droppings and waste should be disposed of in a regular manner to avoid odors. And that's
Size of the structure to house them is, what did you say, 6 feet, no more than 6 feet by 12 feet.
okay,
Or not structure, the size of the coop.
okay. Okay. All right, does that cover everything?
I think so.
So it's limited to chickens, okay.
Okay.
Hens.
Okay, if there's is there a second to this?
Was seconded.
Okay. All right, if there's any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Recusals? Okay, so the special use permit is granted.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So that takes care of items 3 and 4. Let's see, I guess the gas station, he's not here, so we'll put that off.
All right.
Item number 6, Richard Smith, 71 Marple Road Extension, an application for a special use permit to allow a commercial vehicle to be parked in a residential zone. As a result of the testimony and examining this, we have discovered that the vehicle in question may not be a commercial vehicle under the definition in our code. And if it's not a commercial vehicle, then there is no reason for a special use permit. The applicant essentially has a private vehicle like any other vehicle. Just to make sure we know, we're clear on this, the definition of a commercial vehicle in the Town of Poughkeepsie Code is that it's a vehicle to transport people or goods. It's a vehicle that, let's see, what was the second?
I'm pulling it up right now.
Okay. And it is a vehicle that is no more than a 1-ton truck. And
It says more than 1 ton capacity used for the transportation of persons or goods primarily for gain or a vehicle of any capacity carrying a permanently affixed sign exceeding 1 square foot in area or lettering of a commercial nature.
Okay. So, it's my feeling that the vehicle in question then is not a commercial vehicle. So, I would move that the board finds that the vehicle described in item number 6 is not a commercial vehicle, and that therefore we dismiss the application for a special use permit without prejudice.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, if not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Recusals? Okay, so this in effect ends that. Item number 7, Andreas Pramnik's 8 Alice Court, a special use permit to allow a commercial vehicle to be parked in a residential zone. Okay. This is an unlisted action, and there's an EAF that's been filed, so I move that the zoning board declare itself lead agency for the purposes of the environmental review of item number 7.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I move that the zoning board finds that pursuant to the environmental assessment short form, the board finds that there would be no significant impact on the environment by the action proposed in item 7.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Okay. Any discussion on this? Let's see. Once again, it's a special use permit, and let's see. Do we have a staff report that?
Yeah, there is.
That goes through the various criteria?
Just goes through the 4 general criteria related to the cars.
Okay, so.
I can read the other criteria for you if you want.
Okay.
Minute.
Well.
My phone doesn't die.
I mean, I can run through this.
Okay.
Okay, I move that the board approve the request for, oops, wrong one. Okay, I move to approve the request for a special use permit set forth in item number 7. This decision is based on a review of the application, the testimony of the applicant, testimony gathered in a public hearing, results of site visits by board members, and the staff report. In approving this request for a special use permit, the board adopts as findings the following. That there should not be any detrimental effect by the establishment of such use on other uses within the district. I think there've been the overwhelming majority of the testimony has been that the truck in question has not had any detrimental effect. That such use will be in harmony with the orderly development of the district, and the location of nature of heights of buildings, fences, parking areas. This is really not applicable. That all structures, again, this is not applicable. That the use meets the prescribed requirements for the district in which it's located, including side yards, and again, this is not applicable. In terms of the special criteria that we must consider, noise, a number of people have testified that this vehicle causes no undue noise. Discharge of water doesn't apply. Traffic access, it is parked way off the street, so that's not an issue. Parking, there is adequate off-street parking. Circulation, this is not relevant. Landscaping and screening, I think in terms of our site visit, we saw how well screened the parking area really is. Character and appearance, again, because of the location where it's parked, this has little impact on the neighborhood. Historic and natural resources, this is not relevant. Sewage treatment and water supply, not relevant. Size and scale. This is a truck that fits in just fine. The location and height of buildings, not relevant. Additional safeguards and conditions, we can impose any conditions that we want. I don't know, is there anybody that has a condition that they want to?
I would like to, the part where it says a vehicle will only be parked in the residential district during non-business hours. The applicant testified that he likes to go home to check on his mom. So I think that I would like to vary that. I don't want to restrict him to 2 visits per day or 2 in and outs per day if he needs to. Does anybody else feel that way?
I would agree that this is just, this is just a truck. It's not, he's not hauling equipment back and forth. He's not,
Right.
So, as a condition, that,
I'd like to give him more leeway than the 2 in and outs per day.
how can we get an idea on how to phrase that?
Everyone has to eat.
Have you gone through the general criteria with you can put it under C, the general criteria under 210-92, and then we'll put it with that particular criteria. So that's how I'll phrase it in the written resolution.
Okay.
So then you have and then when we get to that specific one.
I mean, you could probably argue that if he went home at lunchtime, that could possibly not be a business hour, but instead of having to, worry about that, I'd just as soon put it in, vary it so that he can go back and forth when he needs to.
It's limited to 1, is that?
2 trips
to
per
2.
trips per day.
Okay.
So I would basically, all right, so I'm sorry, did you go through those 4 criteria yet? Or are you doing those at the end, the 4 related to the vehicle?
Oh, no, I have not.
So we're going to, under conditions, C, criteria under 210-92Q3, A.
All right.
And then, Jim, when you get to the vehicle will only park residential during non-business hours and the 2 trips per day, vary it there.
Let's see, where the dickens is that?
That's in,
It's
in the staff report.
reports.
Oh,
Could you say approximately or not more than, or?
Say whatever you want. Your
I
relationship.
could say be limited to.
Not limited to 2?
Right.
Yeah. I think it's a good idea.
okay. All right, so the vehicle will only be parked in the residential district during non-business hours.
Right.
Okay. The vehicle will not generate more than 2 trips per day to and from the residential lot, except if the vehicle is being used in connection with a permitted home occupation. I would say, or if the vehicle is being used for what, personal, family, business?
I'm going to do that.
Personal, personal family uses. I mean,
Why can't we just say that we don't feel that this applicant has to be limited to 2?
well, yeah,
She's looking something up.
okay, and then.
Use the word approximately, it doesn't tie you to anything.
Well, the problem is that the 2 is really right in the code.
I know.
And so,
Right, so.
I mean, I understand why it's in the code. I just don't think it needs.
Right, but I also
I-
don't know if you can vary it.
Right.
And in a, and in real life, you know, some guy's got his truck, he's out to work and, you know, gets a call from his wife saying, you know, oh my God, the dog is sick. Of course he's gonna come home, you know?
Right.
Do whatever. Okay.
I don't know, hold on one second, I'm just trying to find the actual section. Next time I'll bring my computer. It's a little easier to see. Oh, jeez.
Oh, darn.
Almost there.
Okay. Oh, my God.
Hopefully it won't die right before I get there. There we go. 92Q.
I missed.
Yeah.
Q13, isn't it?
Put it tape.
92Q1.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Then he leaves. So we're only looking to get him electrical.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't really give you the option to vary it, is the issue. Within that subsection.
Okay, so.
So and it's not really a condition to varying the requirements. Really.
Okay. So we'll have to just drop that and stick with the original motion. All right, and the vehicle will not create a nuisance or a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the community. I think there was sufficient public testimony to that effect. And D, all commercial vehicles permitted to park either by right or by special use permit shall be parked behind the front building line of the owner's house when feasible. In this case, it is because of the location of the house on the lot, that is not feasible to be behind. Okay, so move.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? No. If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Recusals? Okay. Okay, let's see, item number, we backed to number 2. Okay.
We're done with these folks, right, if they want to go home?
They're thinking about it.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, so it's, the use permit's been. Okay, item number 2.
Tim?
Quick question. In my case, should I use them for my money back?
Call the office tomorrow.
Because I told her it's not
Call
a
the
commercial
office tomorrow.
vehicle.
Call the office tomorrow.
What did you say?
Call the office tomorrow.
Yeah, we can't rule on that. Okay, item number 2, QB Collision, 487 Haight Avenue, a variance to allow a freestanding sign of 27 square feet where a freestanding sign of only 12 feet is allowed. It's an unlisted action. I move that for purpose of environmental review, the ZBA declare itself lead agency.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I move that, based on the criteria in an EAF short form, that the zoning board finds that the proposed action in item number 2 will not have a significant impact on the environment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. I think in your packet, there's a staff report recommending that this be approved. Okay, Phyllis, you want to make the motion on this one?
Oh, sure. I move that the board approve the request for the area variance
set forth in item number 2. This decision is based on a review of the application, the testimony of the applicant, testimony offered in public hearing, the results of site visit by board members, and the staff report. In approving this variance, the board adopts as follows the determinations found in items 1 through 5 of the staff report.
Second.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Recusals? Okay, item 2 is approved. Item number 5, SNA LLC, 1118 Duchess Turnpike. It's an unlisted action. I move that for purposes of environmental review, the zoning board declare itself lead agency.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I move that the ZBA finds that the action proposed in item number 5 will have no significant impact on the environment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Was there anything from the county on this?
No. So, Betty, you want to make?
Well, I have a question because Janice said earlier tonight that how can we, that this electronic message display is prohibited in the town, so how can we approve that?
That's what the variance is for. I mean, the town has treated them historically as area variances. So, I mean, you can't approve it. The question is whether it's substantial or not substantial. And I mean, you just have to go through the same 5 criteria.
Fine. I'm so tired.
Okay. And in your packet, there's a staff report that recommends the approval of this application, so.
All right, I move that the board approve the request for the area variance set forth in item number
5.
5. This decision is based on a review of the application, the testimony of the applicant, the testimony offered at the public hearing, the results of site visits by board members, and the staff report. In approving this variance, the board adopts the findings to the determinations found in items 1 through 5 of the staff report.
Second.
I would just add a condition that it has to be consistent with the drawing that they provided.
Okay. Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Recusals? Item number 8, Michael Joyce, 43 Point Street, Hamburg, variance to allow a proposed home addition to be located 5 feet from the side lot line where 20 feet is required. This is a type 2 action, so we don't need to do anything on that. And in your packet, you'll find a staff report recommending approval of this variance. Any discussion? Art, you want to do the honors on this one?
Sure. I move that the board approve the request for a variance set forth in item 8. This decision is based on a review of the application, the testimony of the applicant, testimony offered in the public hearing, results of site visits by board members, and the staff report. In approving this variance, the board adopts as findings the determinations found in items 1 through 5 of the staff report.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Recusals? Item 9, Carl and Audrey Linick, 127 Van Wagner Road, a variance to allow a fence of up to 6 feet in height to be located in the front yard where a fence of 3.5 feet is allowed. This is a type 2 action. There's a staff report that concludes that the applicant has established that the granting of the variance would not result in any detriment to the health, safety, and welfare of the community. Any discussion?
I think we covered it pretty much, didn't we?
I think so.
We did condition it with plantings, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big fence. I wish they had set it back a little bit. in which case there would be no issue, but it's where it is. I like the fact that it's a natural color. And there is some vegetation around it, and they have indicated they'll put more, so I can live with this one. Okay, Paul, do you want to make the motion on this?
Sure.
Well, wait, you already did one.
You can't, just so you know, you can't do the staff report.
Why?
Because the staff report isn't all positive. You can't just adopt the staff report.
And regarding the vegetation, it's covered during the summer. So really, if you're going to condition any vegetation, it really has to be an evergreen.
Okay.
Has to be
a
what?
conifer. Something that's going to make some color in the wintertime when the natural foliage is gone. If that's what you want to do.
Well, see,
Can't read.
Nice arborvitae.
Sorry, I'm tired.
Or holly.
Okay.
We digress.
Yes.
And it's too late. Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Anthony.
I move that the board approve the request for a variance set forth in item number 9. This decision is based on a review of the application and the testimony of the applicant. Testimony offered in the public hearing, results of site visits by board members. And approving variance, the board adopts as findings the determinations found in 1 through 5.
no, can't use that.
Okay.
But whether an undesirable change will be produced in character of the neighborhood or a detriment to nearby properties will be created by the granting the area variance?
Well, what they have here is what is the intent of the ordinance on why you shouldn't have a fence in front, except that that property and the way it's up the hill and goes around the corner is really quite different. That fence does not, in effect, stand out in the middle of a street like you would think it normally would in any given neighborhood. And I think because the property is so different and so unique, that may be what is saving, or why that fence is needed there. I mean, she testified that there is no privacy without that.
Yeah.
Whether the benefits sought by the applicant can be achieved by some method feasible for the applicant to pursue other than an area variance?
Well, she could plant a lot of trees, I guess, but she said that would be.
Yeah.
Cost prohibitive and time consuming.
Yeah.
I mean, you really have to look at it to see.
Whether the requested variance, area variance is substantial?
It is substantial.
Well, yes, it is.
Whether the proposed variance will have an adverse effect or impact on the physical or environmental conditions in the neighborhood or district?
No.
There's a minimal impact.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect traffic. It doesn't affect any of those things that the statute is designed to prevent.
Unless you were looking for it specifically, I'm not sure you would even notice it. I mean, driving by there, you were looking at the road, you wouldn't even notice it was there.
Yeah.
We thought it was the wrong house. We didn't know it was the right house.
Right, we didn't.
Yes.
Whether the alleged difficulty was self-created, which consideration shall be relevant to the decision of the Board of Appeals, but shall not necessarily preclude the granting of the area variance?
Well, it is self-created.
Well, not completely. The topography of the property is an issue.
Well, they waited 50 years to decide.
Okay. All right.
And any conditions?
So let's see, one condition is that the applicant will provide evergreen plantings as practicable to screen the front of the fence.
Okay.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, all in favor of granting this variance?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Coozles? Okay, approved.
There's nothing from the
Okay,
county.
we're almost done, folks.
Nothing from the county.
Okay.
There are two other items on the agenda.
This is mine.
One, they're both from the planning board. I move that the ZBA agree with the planning board's request to serve as lead agency for the River Point Residential and West Point Professional Building.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I move that the ZBA agree with the, agree with the planning board's request to serve as lead agent for the all-space self-storage site plan amendment at 120 Salt Point Turnpike.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thanks, folks.
Okay.
This one was long. You guys hung in there. I appreciate that. Sleep well.
Close the
I
meeting.
make a motion to adjourn?
Close the meeting.
There's a motion to adjourn?
Moved.
Second? All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.